Chapter 1436. Everyone stayed in Nine Dragons Bay to protect Yi Qin for half a month. The Patriarch of Hell and Taoist Baiyan, in particular, did not dare to leave. They were worried that something would happen again. In the past half a month, the outside world was in chaos. Since half a month ago, when the outside world said that Yi Qin was on his deathbed, the discussion about Yi Qin had never stopped. Not only did it not weaken, but it was getting more and more intense. All the countries and immortal sects in the world tried to confirm Yi Qin's condition. Meanwhile, Tang Ning and the rest who were in charge of receiving these people used the excuse that Yi Qin was out to reject them from entering Nine Dragons Bay. The situation was getting worse by the day. In the end, even Tang Ning and the rest could not handle it. They could only ask Hall, Master Baiyan, and the other 30 soul formation cultivators to guard Nine Dragons Bay. In a mysterious cave abode thousands of kilometers away from Nine Dragons Bay, there were many figures gathered there, and every single one of them emitted an aura that caused space to tremble. On the prayer mat in the lead, a silver-haired old man in a black and white Taoist robe was sitting cross-legged. The old man crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his true energy was majestic like a dazzling galaxy. It faintly contained the energy of the great Tao of heaven and earth. At that moment, the silver-haired old man suddenly opened his eyes. There was an unconcealable sneer in his eyes. "Everyone, I've spent 100 years of my lifespan to perform divination. I've already deduced that Mad Southernya's life is in danger. He's already at the end of his rope." At this point, killing intent flashed across his slightly pale face. "This is the best opportunity to kill him." All right. In the quiet cave dwelling, a trembling sound suddenly rang out. "Mad Southerny looks down on our foreign immortal sex just because he has some talent. He even wants to suppress us. Today is the day he dies. That's right. This kid is suspected to have Earth's luck. He will definitely die. Otherwise, he will definitely ruin our plan in the future. As long as this kid dies, China will have no choice but to recognize the agreement we made earlier. Let's go. Today, we'll destroy Lin City and slaughter everything." No one knew who shouted. In the next instant, his figure suddenly broke through the space and disappeared. Swish! Swish! Behind him, dozens of majestic auras whistled out from the cave and disappeared into the world. Totem City, North America, in the eerie castle, a black-robed high priest stood with a staff and looked at the silent crowd below. "I just received reliable news that Mad Southerny is on his deathbed. Many powerhouses from the immortal sects have already headed to Lin City in China." As soon as these words came out, the silent crowd immediately burst into an uproar. The black-clothed high priest leaned on his walking stick. His eyes were hollow, and his voice was cold. "Under the orders of Lord God, Totem City of North America must help the powerhouses of the immortal sects from the outer regions kill Mad Southerny. Once Mad Southerny dies, China will no longer be a threat." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall was filled with the sounds of killing that sounded like a stormy sea. Kill Mad Southerny. Totem City of North America turned out in full force. The United States, England, Japan, India, in an instant, silhouettes with terrifying auras soared into the sky from all over Earth. They broke through space and headed straight for China. Therefore, all the top powerhouses on Earth sensed the scene. With so many powerhouses moving out together, it naturally caused a huge commotion. Countless cultivators looked at the scene in fear. Their target is China. No, they're heading towards Lin City. Mad Southerny. Their target is Mad Southerny. The world is changing. The world is going to change again. Many people muttered to themselves. Coupled with the storm that had happened in the past half a month, they immediately realized that what was going to happen next would probably cause a shocking upheaval on Earth. Almost at that moment, China also noticed all of this, and many powerhouses immediately went to the major gates to guard and intercept. After that, a shocking battle erupted. Both sides even sent out no less than 5 existences at the Great Perfection soul formation stage. However, this battle did not last long before it ended with the defeat of the Chinese cultivation world. It was because many of the top powerhouses of the Chinese cultivation world were guarding the Yin ruins, Tian and Lin City, 9 Dragons Bay. The atmosphere was suffocating. They couldn't hold it in the end. When Tang Ning, Xiaoya, and the rest received the news, their faces turned extremely pale, their bodies trembled slightly, and their beautiful eyes were filled with fear. Throughout the half a month that Yi Chen had been in closed-door cultivation, they had been dealing with the storms in the outside world. What they were most worried about was that someone would not be able to hold back an attack. However, it still happened now. Even the God transformation stage powerhouses like the North Sea Temple Master were extremely shocked. It was because not only did the foreign immortal sects want Yi Chen dead this time, but there were also secret forces and holy lands from all over the world. Clearly, they did not want to see a monster like Yi Chen in China. What worried them the most was that there were a total of 5 Great Perfection soul formation stage powerhouses among the people who were fighting the Chinese powerhouses. Qin Xiaotian, who was in front of the women, took a deep breath in and said, "Ms. Tang, the higher-ups want to transfer Brother Yi immediately. Only then will there be a glimmer of hope. 5 Great Perfection soul formation stage powerhouses. Even China only had 3 Great Perfection soul formation stage powerhouses. 2 of them were currently in Yinsu, and they were being held back by the foreign immortal sects in Yinsu. They could not split up at all and could not break through the path to provide support. Just the North Sea Temple Master and the other 30 God transformation stage powerhouses could not deal with this crisis at all. It could be said that this was a dead end. It was a death trap that the foreign immortal sects and the various countries in the world had joined forces to kill Yi Chen completely. Tang Ning suppressed the fear inside of her immediately after hearing what Qin Xiaotian said and said, "All right, I'll inform Yi Wen and the rest to transfer Master now." With that, she was about to turn around and leave when her body suddenly froze. Then, she turned her head to look at the sky with great difficulty. There, a huge cloud that covered the sky and earth whistled over. The terrifying aura within the cloud enveloped the entire world, as if a black cloud was pressing down on a city, especially the 5 figures in the lead. They were like gods descending to the mortal world. They carried the blue sky on their backs, stepped on all living beings, and their might was unparalleled. At the same time, everyone in Lin City noticed the figures that covered the sky and earth in the sky. They felt as if there was a huge mountain above their heads, and they were almost suffocating. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Tang Ning, Xiaoya, the North Sea Temple Master, and the rest darkened to the extreme. Under the pressure of that terrifying aura, they felt the urge to kneel on the ground. Damn it, they actually came so quickly. Qin Xiaotian's expression changed drastically. A fierce look flashed across his eyes, and his heart sank completely. End of this chapter. Chapter 1437. At the same time in 9 Dragons Bay, the Patriarch of Hell and the rest held their breaths. They stared at Yi Chen, who was sitting cross-legged before them without moving at all. At that moment, Yi Chen's skin was as translucent as jade. It was resplendent and dazzling. He looked like a young man in his early 20s. His white hair had already returned to black. Under everyone's gaze, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. It was as if lightning had streaked across the sky. At that moment, his eyes were incomparably blazing. It was as if the sun had exploded, shooting out resplendent divine light. Boom! Then a monstrous and terrifying aura swept out from his body. The vital energy and blood in Yi Chen's body were surging. It was like raging waves hitting the shore, yet it was also like thunder that shook the 9 heavens. It slowly flowed through his muscles and bones, emitting a thick might that could split the sky. All the spirit chi in the 9 dragons Bay swarmed toward him and gathered into his body without leaving a single trace behind. Boom! The entire Yi family villa shook violently under the impact of the vital energy and blood, as if it could collapse. Yi Hai and the rest fell to the ground, their expressions filled with shock. Before everyone could think too much, Yi Chun stood up slowly. His black hair fluttered like an immortal king descending to the mortal world. No one dared to look at him. Xiaochen Wulan shouted. She was so excited that tears filled her eyes. She wanted to reach out and touch her son. How had she spent the past half a month? Su Yuhan's eyes were blurry, and her tears wet her clothes. The Patriarch of Hell reminded them at the right time, "Don't touch him first. He has undergone rebirth now, and he has yet to fully control the energy in his body." As soon as he said that, he shook his sleeve and turned into a huge true origin barrier that protected everyone inside to prevent anyone from being injured by Yi Chen's pressure. "Fellow Yi, have you recovered now?" Taoist Bai-Yin's lips moved slightly. More than recovered. The Patriarch of Hell took a deep breath in and said, "I'm afraid he has already stepped into the void refinement stage. Even if he hasn't, he's not far from it." The pressure that Yi Chun gave him at that moment was too intense. It was completely different from before. It was as if he was facing an ancient, immortal king. Eventually, the terrifying pressure on Yi Chen's body faded away gradually. His eyes became clear as he looked at everyone with joy and excitement. He glanced at Su Yuhan, his daughter, his son, his parents, the Patriarch, Wu Shuang, and everyone else. Eventually, he took a few steps forward and hugged her tightly as he met her blurry eyes. He said, while sniffing her hair, "I'm sorry for making you worry." "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine." Su Yuhan hugged her tightly. All the emotions that she had been suppressing erupted. "Daddy," the little girl ran over and hugged his thigh tightly. "Child, it's great that you're all right." Yi Hai and Wulan couldn't hold it in anymore and rushed over. The Patriarch of Yellow Spring breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He stepped forward to look at Yi Futian and said, "Fellow Yi, how do you feel now?" "Very good." Yi Chen closed his eyes lightly as if he was sensing the changes in his body. The vital energy and blood in his body were surging. "I'm invincible in the world." "You've reached the void tempering stage?" Patriarch Yellow Spring and Taoist Bai-Yin's eyes widened in shock. "No." Yi Chen smiled lightly. "My situation is different from yours. I'll explain it to you one by one in the future." At that moment, he was at most at the late-stage god transformation stage. However, the imperial palace had awakened, and he had opened the heavenly man of the 7 great entrances. Above that was the immortal bridge. That couldn't be any better. The boulder in Taoist Bai-Yin's heart was completely lifted. He said with a tired expression, "You're now a legend in the hearts of everyone in China. If anything happens to you, the consequences will be unimaginable." The Patriarch of Yellow Spring's lips moved slightly. "Fellow Yi, do you know how the heart blood in your body recovered?" He actually wanted to ask why Yi Chen had the emperor blood, but he swallowed the words when they were at the tip of his tongue. Yi Chen's eyes flickered when he heard that. He could not help but look at his son, Yi Ming, who was next to him. The little guy had fallen asleep a long time ago. He seemed to have exhausted a lot. This little guy, a smile flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. Clearly, his son had inherited his emperor blood. At the critical moment, he had accidentally given him a drop of emperor blood, which allowed the dried-up vital energy and blood in his body to recover. As for why it was his son and not his daughter, it was because when Su Yuhan was naughty, Yi Chen had just been thrown into the cultivation world by the Su family. At that time, he was just a struggling little cultivator. He was still far from the heavenly emperor's throne. On the other hand, his son was born to Su Yuhan after he returned from the immortal world. Naturally, he had inherited the fate and aptitude that he possessed. Let's not talk about that for now. Yi Chen shook his head lightly. The smile on his face disappeared as he said, word by word, A group of ignorant fools trespassed into my territory. I have to clean them up. Ignorant fools? Taoist Beiyan was stunned at first. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. Could it be that the foreign powerhouses wanted to take advantage of you after finding out about your situation? Haha, Yi Qin smiled lightly and said calmly, 5 perfected God transformation stage cultivators. These people really think highly of me. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he was. Meanwhile, Taoist Beiyan and the rest, who remained where they were extremely shocked. 5 perfected God transformation stage cultivators. In the sky above 9 Dragons Bay, the space shook as if it was torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. Then, dozens of figures tore through the air and arrived. As they appeared, the gazes of Hall, Master Beiyun, and the rest on the ground focused. Then they joined forces and stepped into the air, facing off against them. The atmosphere was extremely cold, and killing intent shook the surroundings. 10 foreign immortal sects and 20 holy lands of earth. What a powerful lineup. It seems like these people are determined to kill Mad Southerny. Mad Southerny is in danger. Countless bystanders who had rushed over after hearing the news could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock. Qin Xiaotian stepped forward and looked at the dozens of figures coldly. He said in a deep voice, "This is China's territory. Are you guys trying to provoke China by coming uninvited today?" Haha, Divine General Qin, your words are too biased. At this moment, a faint laugh suddenly sounded in the air. We are not deliberately provoking China today. We are only here for Mad Southerny. The space was torn apart again, and a terrifying pressure filled the entire world. Then, an old figure with a slightly hunched back stepped out of the void. It was an old man wearing a tattered Taoist robe. As he appeared, the entire world seemed to be frozen, and the chill was bone-chilling. Patriarch Han Ming, Qin Xiaotian's pupils constricted, and his voice was trembling. End of this chapter. Chapter 1438. This was Patriarch Han Ming, the strongest person in the cold nether sect of the foreign immortal sections. The cold nether sect was ranked in the top 10 among all the foreign immortal sections. Whether it was their foundation or the ranking of their mother planet, it was not something that a sect like the Ethereal Palace could compare to. It's actually Patriarch Han Ming. He's at the Great Perfection Soul Formation stage. His ice-type true chi is extremely domineering. Wasn't this person in the Yin ruins? Now he's here for Mad Southerny. Along with the appearance of Ancestor Han Ming, the silent heavens and the earth suddenly exploded into an uproar, and then the sound of gasps rose and fell. What fellow Han Ming said makes sense. We came to Earth to seek a win-win situation. How can we easily make enemies with China? After Patriarch Han Ming, another indifferent voice exploded in the void. As the void shook, a silver giant appeared in the sky. The silver giant's body seemed to be engraved with terrifying runes. Wherever he passed, the void seemed to be unable to bear the weight and collapsed. Su Wuya, the sect master of the heaven-bearing demon sect. When the onlookers saw who it was, someone in the crowd let out an incomparably sharp roar, which then caused a tempestuous uproar. I didn't expect him to come too. Qin Xiaotian's heart became heavier. The heaven-bearing demon sect was also one of the foreign immortal sections. Its status was no different from the cold nether sect, especially the sect master of the demon sect, Suya. The heaven-bearing demon body that he cultivated was known as the strongest demon body. It's really lively today. Another laugh sounded, and another white-browed boy walked out of the void. The boy was as tall as a dwarf, but he gave off a dignified aura that could not be looked at directly. A three-eyed old man and a charming middle-aged woman in a red dress appeared one after another behind him. White-browed venerable of the sky-splitting sword sect. Crimson Whale Dojo's crimson-eyed divine lord. and White Camel Mountain's 6 Desires Ferry. With the arrival of the last 3 people, the atmosphere between heaven and earth was completely pushed to the extreme. A total of 5 experts at the Great Perfection Soul Formation stage had arrived in Lin City. On the other hand, Qin Xiaoyan's heart completely sank. If there were only 1 or 2 people, they might still have the ability to resist. However, there were 5 people at the Great Perfection of the Soul Formation stage. They had no ability to deal with them at all. He fixed his eyes on Ancestor Hanming and said with a twitching face, "Aren't you all in the Yin ruins? Why are you here?" In Yinshiu, there were as many interest groups as there were hairs on a cow. They schemed against each other and guarded against each other. Now, they were willing to abandon their interests in Yinshiu to deal with Yiqin. Yinsu, white-browed, venerable one, smiled faintly. "Are you trying to say why the powerhouses guarding the Yin ruins in China didn't spread the news about us?" "I'll tell you the truth." Crimson-eyed Immortal Lord smirked and said, "The Chinese powerhouses guarding the Yin ruins have been lured into a dangerous place by us. They can't even protect themselves now, so how can they send a message to you guys? Not to mention coming out to save you. Have you reached an agreement with the living beings in the Yin ruins?" Qin Xiaojian's expression changed drastically. Although there were undercurrents surging in the Yin ruins, they maintained a balance. If it was really as Crimson-eyed Immortal Lord had said, the Chinese powerhouses had really been lured into a dangerous place. That could only mean that the balance had been broken, and a third party had joined the fray. Then, the so-called third party must be the local living beings in the Yin ruins. "You're quite smart." Crimson-eyed Immortal Lord smirked coldly. "However, it's too late for you to know. If you know what's good for you today, it's not too late to scram. Otherwise, don't force us to slaughter all of you." Shameless boasting. Xiaoya, who was behind Qin Xiaotian, looked at the 5 of them coldly and said, "Have you ever thought that if today's matter doesn't succeed, you'll face my master's crazy revenge? At that time, none of the orthodoxies behind you will be spared." Someone's expression changed slightly when he said that. After all, Yi Chen had slaughtered all the powerhouses from the 8 foreign immortal sects before this. He had even killed a perfected god, transformation stage cultivator. "Haha," the patriarch of Hanming chuckled softly as if he was disdainful. "With the 5 of us here today, even if Mad Southern Yu was at his peak, he wouldn't be able to face us, let alone someone who's about to die. Why are you wasting your breath on them?" The enchanting beauty, 6 Desires Fairy, harumphed coldly, "Let's do it. Kill this brat as soon as possible to prevent any accidents from happening." "All right." The Heavenly Devil Sect Master, Su Wuya's gaze turned grim. He sized up the North Sea Hall Master and the rest and said, "Everyone deal with them. Then destroy this place. You must kill that ye-brat." The white-browed venerable man and crimson-eyed immortal Lord nodded when they heard that. Without saying anything else, they charged at Qin Xiaotian and the rest. "Retreat." Qin Xiaotian tried his best to remain calm and roared. Then he urged Yi Wen, the North Sea Hall Master, and the rest to retreat to the Yi family villa. He knew very well that he could not stop the Patriarch of Hanming and the rest with just them. He could only try his best to preserve his strength. "Where do you think you're going?" Crimson-eyed Immortal Lord chuckled. The vertical eye between his brows suddenly emitted a dazzling ray of light, like lightning streaking across the sky. "Ah." 2 early-stage god transformation stage cultivators who followed Yi Qin from the Purple World died on the spot next to the North Sea Hall Master. Even their primordial spirits could not escape in time. "You bastards!" Qin Xiaotian clenched his fists tightly, and a monstrous, unyielding battle intent swept out from his right arm. It was as if a peerless martial god had risen into the sky. Junior Qin, the white-browed, venerable man, smiled sinisterly. "I've long heard that you fused with a martial god's arm in the Yin ruins. Unfortunately, you didn't fuse with the entire martial god's body. It's useless against your main body. Break. With that, he sneered and flicked his finger. A bead that looked like a lightning ball tore through the air and transformed into a monstrous sword gleam that slashed at Qin Xiaotian. Bang! Qin Xiaotian's figure was sent flying. There was actually a sword scar that could be seen with the naked eye on his right arm. It was a ghastly sight. The Patriarch of Hanming held his hands in the sky, and a domineering cold aura whistled toward Xiaoya and the rest, Anstai. Don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for following the wrong person. Are we going to die here today? Looking at the frozen space that seemed like a heavenly river was falling, Tang Ning, Xiaoya, the Patriarch of North Sea, and the rest could not help but feel a sense of despair. Master, we'll meet again in the next life. Xiaoya took a deep breath in and slowly closed her eyes. She chose to close her eyes and wait for death because the pressure was so terrifying that she could not resist at all. However, at that moment, a golden bolt of lightning tore through the space in the Yi family villa and shot over. At the same time, an indifferent voice reverberated through the world. If you touch a single hair of mine, I'll slaughter your entire sect. If you kill me, I'll slaughter the entire stellar region behind you. P.S. 3 chapters. I've finished updating today. At the same time, I wish myself a happy 25th birthday. Thank you for your company and support. End of this chapter. Chapter 1439. Bang! As soon as he said that, the terrifying ice-bound Milky Way that shrouded Xiaoya and the rest turned into powder easily, as if it was a piece of glass that had suffered a heavy blow. Who is it? This sudden scene immediately caused the expressions of the Patriarch of Hanming and the rest to freeze. Then they stared fixedly at the void. The golden bolt of lightning that broke through the void soared into the sky and stood above Xiaoya's head. Then it gradually became extremely solid, revealing a thin figure in the end. The figure's eyes were deep, and he had sword-like eyebrows. He was heroic and revealed a domineering aura, as if he was a supreme god walking in the world. Mad Southern Yi? When they saw the other party's face clearly, the Patriarch of Hanming and the rest were shocked. A trace of disbelief immediately surged in their eyes. Master! Xiaoya and the rest, who had regained their senses, suddenly cried out. Qin Xiaotian, the North Sea Hall Master, and the rest were stunned at first, and then they revealed expressions of ecstasy. It's Mad Southern Yi. How is this possible? Didn't they say that he didn't have much time left and was on the verge of death? Now that I look at him, his complexion is even better than before. Perhaps it's just the final radiance of a setting sun. The originally silent area immediately burst into an uproar of extreme shock and discussion. I've made you guys worry. Yi Qin swept his gaze across Xiaoya and the rest. A smile finally appeared on his calm face. I'll tell you guys after I kill these filthy old dogs. After saying that, he raised his eyes slightly and finally fixed his gaze on the Patriarch of Hanming and the rest. His gaze gradually turned indifferent. Mad Southern Yi, you're really lucky. In the air, the Patriarch of Hanming stared at Yi Chen with a grim expression. He said while grinning coldly, before this, your vital energy and blood were exhausted. You were already dead. I didn't expect you to recover. Although he said that, a trace of suspicion that was difficult to capture flashed through the depths of his eyes. Clearly, he could not figure out Yi Chen's situation. Ha ha! A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips when he heard that. You bunch of filthy old dogs only dare to take advantage of me when I'm in danger. Mad Southern Yi, you really have a sharp tongue. The heavenly demonic sect master, Su Wuya, sneered. You're just a native of Earth. Do you think you're worthy of us taking advantage of you? Today, we're just here to demand an explanation for the many Outer Rim passages that died tragically in your hands. Fellow Taoist Su is right. Sir God Crimson, I stood out and chimed in. Mad Southern Yi, you've massacred the passageways of our foreign immortal sections. You've angered both humans and gods. Heaven and earth won't tolerate this. Today, you'll pay the punishment you deserve." As soon as these words were spoken, many people who were observing from the shadows couldn't help but curse him for being shameless. The matter of cultivation was nothing more than killing each other. Your people from the extraterritorial immortal sects attacked Mad Southerny in the beginning and died because he was incompetent. Now, it was fine if you wanted to kill Mad Southerny, but it was a little disgusting to do it in such a dignified manner. What a bunch of shameless old fools. Yi Chin smiled. His smile was rather cold. "I'm right here. Whether you can kill me to avenge those pieces of trash will depend on your abilities." Shameless boasting. The white-browed, venerable man shouted as killing intent surged into the sky. "Mad Southerny, even when you were at your peak, we weren't afraid of you. Moreover, there are 5 of us today. There's no way for you to survive." At this point, he narrowed his eyes and smiled sinisterly. "If I were you, I would kneel on the ground and beg for your surrender. Perhaps I'll spare your life." "Old thing, you're too noisy." Yi Chen's eyes were slightly cold. Subsequently, he took a step forward and stepped into the air. He charged at the former with large strides. His expression was calm as he looked down on everything. "You actually chose to attack me? You're courting death." The white-browed, venerable man snorted coldly. He swagged his hands in the air, and as the space distorted, a gigantic bronze axe appeared in his palm in an instant. Subsequently, he slashed at Yi Chen with supreme killing intent. Buzz! As soon as the giant axe appeared, the space was cut into 2. It was as if it was splitting heaven and earth apart. It charged at Yi Chen through the 3,000 meters of space. Upon seeing that, Qin Shaotian immediately told him everything he knew. "Brother Yi, this is the white-browed, venerable man's supreme spirit treasure, the Sky Axe. Be careful." "Sky Axe!" Hearing that, the expressions of the mighty figures present turned extremely solemn. The Sky Axe was the white-browed, venerable man's famous treasure. He had once killed a master stage god transformation cultivator in the Yin ruins with a single strike. However, in the next moment, Yi Chin was not afraid of the giant axe that was charging at him. Instead, he took a step forward and allowed the axe to hit his chest. Clang! With a loud bang, the Sky Axe was sent flying. If one took a closer look, they would notice that there was a shocking gap on the blade of the axe. On the other hand, Yi Chen did not move at all. He was unscathed. Whoosh! At the sight of this scene, the sound of gasping resounded in the surroundings, and they seemed to be filled with disbelief. How is this possible? The white-browed, venerable man's expression changed instantly, and disbelief flashed through his eyes. Not only is he unscathed from the Supreme Spirit Treasure's attack with his physical body, he almost destroyed the Supreme Spirit Treasure. The pupils of the crimson-eyed Divine Lord and the rest constricted when they saw that. I've underestimated this kid. Fairy Six Desires, who had never spoken, had an extremely grim expression. It's very likely that this kid cultivates both spells and martial arts. Moreover, he's the same as the ancient martial artists on the celestial burial planet. The remnants of the ancient martial artists on the celestial burial planet? The Heavenly Devil sect master, Suya, narrowed his eyes and said fearfully, "No wonder this kid's physical body is so powerful. After all, the ancient martial artists on the celestial burial planet have produced many powerhouses. Their fists can shake the galaxy and dominate the heavens." So what? The Patriarch of Hanming smirked coldly. He's just relying on his powerful physical body. It's nothing. Let me try. At the next moment, he pushed his hands out horizontally, and an extremely cold aura that seemed to materialize immediately surged out from his palms, sweeping through heaven and earth. In an instant, the sky changed color. The space within 3,000 meters around Yi Chin was frozen directly. The most terrifying thing was that the space around Yi Chin seemed to have turned into terrifying, heavenly rivers that pressed down on him. This is my unique divinity, Ice Age. The Patriarch of Hanming looked at Yi Chen with a ferocious expression and said, while grinning coldly, "I'd like to see what you're capable of breaking my divinity." The expressions of Xiaoya and the rest could not help but change when they saw that. They then looked at Yi Chen nervously. "Master." "Brother Yi." Qin Xiaoyan's heart was in his throat. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chen dusted his clothes and said calmly, "It's just an ice-type spell. How can it be called a divinity?" End of this chapter. Chapter 1440. I'll show you what a divinity is. After saying that, 2 golden flames suddenly bloomed in his eyes. At first, the flame was only the size of a needle tip. However, in an instant, it grew rapidly and burned fiercely, as if it was about to burst out of his eyes. "I can burn the heavens with a single glance." As a voice that sounded like a god's murmur reverberated through the world, everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. 2 golden pillars of light shot out of Yi Chen's eyes all of a sudden. In an instant, the world was enveloped by golden flames. The flames soared into the sky, blotting out the sun and burning everything. Boom! Under the Patriarch of Hanming's terrified gaze, the Ice Age that he had expended countless amounts of frigid true energy to cast was broken on the spot. He suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream before retreating frantically. When he looked again, he saw that his 2 eyebrows had been burned away. The world suddenly fell into a deathly silence. This scene was too shocking. A human's eyes could emit golden flames? Compared to the Patriarch of Hanming's, this was a divinity. At that moment, the expressions of the Patriarch of Hanming, the Crimson Eye Divine Lord, and the Heaven-Bearing Devil Sex Sect Master, Su Wuya, and the rest changed completely. They stared at Yi Chen. If one took a closer look, they would notice that there was a flash of fear and killing intent in the depths of their eyes. How did the declining celestial burial planet give birth to such a child? Su Wuya's pupils constricted as he muttered to himself. Could he be the son of Providence, born from the celestial burial planet's providence? Or was it carefully arranged by the group of mighty figures on the celestial burial planet? No matter what, we must kill this brat today. Otherwise, he will definitely become a disaster for us in the future. Endless killing intent flashed through his heart as he thought to this point. Then he looked at the Patriarch of Hanming and the rest one by one. At that moment, the 5 of them understood each other's gazes, and their expressions turned extremely sinister. Su Wuya took a deep breath in, and his gaze turned completely cold. "Everyone, let's attack together. We must kill this brat today." "Attack!" The Patriarch of Hanming and the rest responded sternly when they heard that. Then they took a step forward at the same time. Monstrous true origin energy erupted and charged at Yi Chen. "Attack! We must kill Mad Southern Yi today." At the same time, the dozens of God transformation stage powerhouses standing quietly behind the 5 of them moved. Terrifying killing intent spread everywhere, covering the sky. The eyes of Qin Xiaotian, the Patriarch of the North Sea, and the rest turned cold when they saw that. They could not help but want to attack, but they were stopped by Yi Chen's cold voice. "All of you can just watch from the sidelines. Today, I'm going to kill in all directions and destroy everything so that these pieces of trash know that I can't be bullied." As soon as he said this, Qin Xiaotian and the others were stunned. They thought that they had heard wrongly. Countless onlookers were in disbelief. Not only was Yi Chen going to fight the 5 perfect stage, soul transformation stage powerhouses on his own, but he was also going to fight the remaining dozens of soul transformation stage cultivators by himself. Crazy, I think he's really crazy. Someone's lips trembled. That's right. Those are 5-stage God transformation stage cultivators. Apart from that, there are dozens of God transformation stage powerhouses. Even the last time, Mad Southern Yi barely killed them with the help of a peerless killing formation. Where did this peerless killing formation come from? Many people were in an uproar. They could not believe it. "Mad Southernie, you're boasting shamelessly." The white-browed, venerable man's roar shook heaven and earth. He took the lead and approached Yi Qin. At the same time he shouted, "Desolate origin, destruction, finger!" He curled two of his fingers and monstrous true origin energy poured into his fingertips, causing them to become vast and deep. As his fingertips trembled, the surrounding space was forcefully torn apart. Swoosh! Immediately after, a green beam of light that was only as thick as a baby's arm shot out from his fingertips. A huge ravine was torn open in the 3,000 meters of space, and a terrifying aura rippled out. "There's no need to be in such a hurry, even if you want to die." Yi Chen took a step forward. His eyes that were like two bolts of cold lightning pierced through the air. There was terrifying energy brewing in his palm. Subsequently, he pressed his palm down at the white-browed, venerable man. Under everyone's gazes, a gigantic palm print that was hundreds of meters in size swept across the sky and pressed down. Although the palm print was only hundreds of meters in size, the might and pressure it brought was like 10 mountains crashing down. Boom! The white-browed, venerable man's divinity was broken, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Then he fell heavily, and his face became dispirited. A single palm had severely injured a stage god transformation stage cultivator. Countless people trembled when they saw that. They felt their hearts skip a beat. Mad Southernie! They could not help but recall Yi Chen's many accomplishments and myths. Yi Chen was no different from how he was now. The invincible legend is back. Many of the older generation of Chinese powerhouses were extremely excited and cried tears of joy. As the white-browed venerable man was sent flying, the expressions of the patriarch of cold hell and the rest changed completely. Clearly, they did not expect Yi Chen to be so terrifying. The people who were the most terrified were the people who followed the 5-stage god transformation stage powerhouses to attack Yi Chen. Even a stage god transformation stage powerhouse was severely injured, let alone them. Damn it! Didn't they say that Mad Southernie doesn't have much time left? Why is he even more terrifying and ferocious than before? Someone roared to himself, unable to accept all of this. Don't panic. The Crimson, Divine Lord suppressed the shock in his heart and shouted, "No matter how powerful he is, he's still alone. There are so many of us. Can't we kill him?" "Is that so?" Yi Chen's expression was calm. Instead of retreating, he charged at the patriarch of cold hell and the rest. He charged into the crowd instantly. He attacked indiscriminately. The vast pressure shook the surroundings, causing the depths of everyone's souls to tremble uncontrollably. Mad Southernie die. Among the chaotic and violent crowd, 3 late-stage god transformation stage powerhouses were the first to bear the brunt. They charged at Yi Chen with terrifying might. Yi Chen stepped in the air. He ignored all the attacks and looked domineering. He slapped down and killed 3 people directly. Upon seeing this, everyone gasped in unison. He killed 3 stage god transformation stage powerhouses with a single palm strike. Kill. The Crimson, Divine Lord, let out a long roar. He held a black spear in his hand and charged at Yi Chen like a spinning top. Zap, zap! The black spear was surging with boundless formation energy that tore through space, creating a huge chasm in the sky, along with an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. End of this chapter. Chapter 1441. Yi Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked fearless as he slammed his hand down. He used his physical body to resist the fatal attack. Crack! His attack directly shattered the black spear, turning it into fragments that scattered into the sky. Oh no! At the same time, Sir God Crimson, spat a mouthful of blood. His heart skipped a beat, and his body moved like lightning as he leaped toward the void behind him. Trying to run after acting cool? Yi Chen's body flashed, and he arrived before Sir God Crimson in a single step. He clenched his fist in the air and slashed as if he had pulled out a peerless saber gleam. Save fellow Crimson Eye, white-browed, venerable, Lord roared maniacally when he saw that. He charged at Yi Chun with the Patriarch of Cold Hell and the rest without caring about anything else. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. The peerless saber gleam in his hand exploded. Subsequently, it turned into thousands of terrifying saber gleams. Ah! In an instant, screams filled the air. More than 10 god transformation stage powerhouses' bodies were shattered by the boundless saber gleams. Even their primordial spirits were not spared. Blurg, the Patriarch of Cold Hell, and the rest retreated continuously as they spat blood. Their faces were filled with shock. If they had not retreated in time, they would have been crippled even if they did not die. Hiss, hiss, the peerless saber gleam tore through the air and slashed at Sir God Crimson Eye. At that moment, all the hair on Sir God Crimson Eye's body stood on end. The fear in his heart increased greatly, and he could not help but roar hysterically. Mad Southerny, let's talk this out, blurg! However, Yi Chen did not give him the chance to beg for mercy. His expression was calm as he activated the peerless saber gleam and slashed at Sir God Crimson Eye's glabella. Whoosh, blood splattered in the air. Under everyone's gazes, Sir God Crimson Eye was split into two by the saber. The primordial spirit in his Shinting acupoint was also split into two. A perfected god transformation stage patriarch died on the spot. Whoosh! In an instant, the world was drowned by shocked voices. It was too terrifying. Yi Chen was too terrifying at that moment. He faced 5 perfected soul formation cultivators and dozens of soul formation grand cultivators, all by himself. Not only was he unscathed, but he was also able to kill nearly 20 soul formation grand cultivators and celestial Lord Crimson Eye, who is a perfected soul formation cultivator. Fellow Daoist Scarlet Eye. Furious roars came from the mouths of Patriarch Cold Underworld and the others. Their eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, and even more astonishment. This old man will not participate in this battle. This old man will not participate. As a crazed voice rang out, a soul formation, late stage, cultivator screamed in horror before fleeing into the distance. Seeing this, some people were tempted. Boom! But in the next moment, a huge hand descended from the sky and directly smashed him into meat paste, dying without a complete corpse. Yi Chen retracted his hand slowly and looked at everything in disdain. None of you will live today. Line up and come one by one. The moment that was said, everyone's hearts turned cold, especially those who wanted to leave earlier. They were extremely glad. White-browed, venerable lord roared with an extremely ferocious expression. Everyone, since he won't give us a way out, we can only fight with our lives. As long as we drag this on until he's exhausted, he'll die. As soon as he finished speaking, boom! The people spread out immediately and surrounded Yi Chen tightly. They maintained an extremely subtle distance so that they could attack him in time and retreat quickly at the same time. At this moment, everyone had no choice but to fight with their lives on the line. Wang! Yi Chen grabbed the air, and the emperor brush appeared in his hand. He drew a line in the air and drew a heaven and earth cage in the air. What's going on? The space around us has been sealed. Someone yelled with a terrified look on his face. Yi Chen took a step forward and charged over with emperor brush in his hand. Everyone attacked him immediately. Terrifying true origin energy surged. Su Wuya attacked. The demonic energy on his body was like a flood. It turned into a demonic dragon and charged at Yi Chen with unparalleled killing intent. Destroy! Yi Chen wrote a word in the air with emperor brush in his hand. Immediately, a divine radiance covered heaven and earth as if an ancient immortal king had descended to the mortal world. Bang! The black demonic dragon suddenly exploded, turning into demonic energy that filled the sky and scattered in all directions. Ah! Su Wuya screamed. His body was suppressed by the word destroy from the sky. Then he turned into dust under everyone's gaze, and his soul was completely destroyed. The heavenly devil sect master had died. Another person had died. The patriarch of Hanming sucked in a breath of cold air and was completely terrified. Mad Southerny, are you really going to fight us to the death? Yi Qin said nothing. He took a step forward with Emperor Brush in his hand. The air trembled as Emperor Brush shone brightly in his hand. It seemed to be extremely eager to kill everything. Die. Yi Qin danced in the air and wrote a big word. Rumble! In an instant the world turned pale. Lightning flashed. A sea of fire spread and everything was frozen. Everything appeared in this world. Oh! The shrill screams made one's scalp go numb. In the end, the scene that entered everyone's eyes made their scalps go numb. Apart from the patriarch of Hanming and the other two, the dozens of soul formation cultivators that they had brought with them were all dead. Die. Yi Qin did not give them a chance to catch their breath. With a flick of his finger, 2 golden bristles shot out from Emperor Brush. Buzz! The 2 golden bristles expanded in the wind like 2 peerless sword gleams, slashing at the white-browed venerable man and 6 desires fairy with incomparable sharpness. No. At that moment, the 2 of them roared in indignation. They activated all the defensive spirit treasures on their bodies, but they were easily cut into 2. It's too terrifying. It's too terrifying. What exactly is that brush in Mad Southerny's hand? He can kill a perfected soul formation cultivator with just a brush. The reincarnation of a jinx. This kid is really the reincarnation of a jinx. This time, everyone was completely shocked. In less than half an hour, perfected soul formation cultivators had died in Yi Qin's hands. Apart from that, there were dozens of soul formation powerhouses. When Yi Qin's gaze landed on the patriarch of Hanming, the latter was completely terrified. He immediately knelt heavily on the ground. He could not care about anything else as he said in fear, "Fellow Yi, spare me, spare me!" Boom! Yi Qin took a step forward. Emperor Brush whistled through the 9 heavens. Divine light kept spitting out as if it was brewing a great terror. Since that's the case, let's die together. Seeing that, the patriarch of Hanming's expression suddenly became extremely resentful. In an instant, dazzling primordial spirit flames erupted from his shunting acupoint like a divine furnace had exploded. Seeing that Yi Qin was unwilling to let him go, he simply chose to burn his primordial spirit. He wanted to die with Yi Qin. Suppress. Yi Qin waved Emperor Brush and wrote a word. The patriarch of Hanming seemed to be frozen in the air and could not move at all. Those who kill will be killed by others. Yi Qin took one last look at him and slapped the top of his head. The patriarch of the cold nether sect died on the spot. At that moment, the entire world fell into dead silence. End of this chapter. Chapter 1442. Blood rained down from the sky above 9 Dragons Bay, and the void trembled. Yi Qin stood proudly in the air. His clothes were not stained with blood, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His jade-like eyes were extremely calm like a god. At that moment, the world was dead silent. At that moment, everyone widened their eyes as they stared blankly at the godlike figure. Everything seemed to have stopped. At that moment, a gust of wind blew over from nowhere, instantly blowing away the blood that filled the sky. Blood energy surged and swept across a radius of 5 kilometers. Everyone immediately woke up from their stupor. Their bodies trembled as they clenched their teeth, and their eyes were filled with shock. A total of 5 perfection stage soul formation cultivators and dozens of soul formation cultivators were slaughtered by Yi Qin in a domineering manner. Not a single one was left alive. In particular, Patriarch Hanming and the other 4 cultivators at the peak of the deity transformation stage were renowned on their home planets. They were mighty figures who dominated a region. When the 5 of them joined forces, they would even be able to fight against a void tempering stage cultivator. However, they were all killed by Yi Qin alone. Too powerful. He was simply too powerful. In an instant, an uproar and gasps erupted like a flood breaking through a dam. The atmosphere was pushed to its peak. On the ground, Hall Master Northian and the rest were extremely excited. The Patriarch of Green Spirit in the crowd cried out involuntarily, "Heavenly Lord Yi is simply too powerful. The facts prove that our choice was right." His words were immediately agreed by the others. After all, most of them had followed Yi Qin from the Purple World. They might have been unwilling before this. However, after seeing Yi Qin fight against the 5 perfection stage soul formation cultivators, that unwillingness immediately disappeared. It was replaced by deep joy and respect. The Patriarch of Hell stared at Yi Qin from afar. His heart was stirred as he mumbled to himself, "Fellow Yi is really terrifying after the transformation." Big Brother is now the #1 person below the Void refinement stage. Yi Wushuang's white clothes fluttered as he smiled. Even if he faces a Void refinement old monster, he can still fight. The moment that was said, the Patriarch of Hell was even more shocked. After a long time, he could only secretly suck in a breath of cold air and say, "Now, I really believe that fellow Yi is an immortal king." This kid killed 5 perfected soul formation cultivators with just his physical strength. He's not afraid of any spells, divine abilities, or spirit treasures. The divine wills hidden in the void trembled as they communicated with each other. I'm afraid his physical body has already become a sage. Looks like this kid has inherited the path of the ancient warriors on the celestial burial planet. If we allow him to continue to grow, the position of our top 100 stars will be shaken. Another divine sense muttered incessantly, "It's not just shaken." Someone sneered and said, "It's not an exaggeration to describe it as turbulent." Don't forget the person who walked out of the celestial burial planet 10,000 years ago. That person proved his Tao by force and killed many heaven illuminators. In the end, he fought all the way to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. As soon as these words were spoken, the void fell silent. Countless spiritual wills trembled. This kid is probably no weaker than the void tempering stage now. Perhaps we should change our attitude and choose to befriend him. That's right. It's not worth it to be enemies with such a person. It's better to form a good relationship with him. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains in the future. This kid is worthy of being the son of God of Earth. Since that person 10,000 years ago, there hasn't been another son of God on Earth. Perhaps this kid can repeat the glory of that person 10,000 years ago. In an instant, the divine senses hidden in the void dispersed. Clearly, they did not want to arouse Yi Chen's hostility. At the same time, in a mysterious cave abode thousands of kilometers away from 9 Dragons Bay, a figure in a black and white Taoist robe suddenly opened his eyes. "Damn it, I've put in so much effort to set up such a killing trap. But that kid actually turned the tables." The old man's eyes flickered and his expression changed. Even with my deduction technique, I can't see through his secrets. This kid either has great luck or an extraordinary background. It's a pity that the Patriarch of Hanming and the rest failed to live up to expectations. Forget it, forget it. Since this matter failed, I can only hide and find another opportunity. Thinking to this point, the old man immediately stood up and was about to leave. However, at this moment, his body suddenly froze, and then he suddenly looked in the direction of 9 Dragons Bay. He sensed that there was a cold gaze shooting over from thousands of kilometers away, as if it had locked onto his figure. This kid's perception is so strong. Damn it. The old man's expression changed slightly. Without any hesitation, he waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and immediately rode a cloud, fleeing into the void. In the sky above 9 Dragons Bay, Yi Chun looked into the northwest. His gaze shot thousands of kilometers away, like lightning surging. Then he scoffed, "Old bastard, do you think you can escape?" At the next moment, he stretched out his hand, and it seemed to have turned into a majestic mountain ridge that stretched thousands of kilometers into the void. "Get down here for me!" Ah! Under everyone's gazes, a shrill scream suddenly came from the depths of the void. "Great sacrifice art break!" "Your final struggle," Yi Qin scoffed coldly. His hand covered the sky and the earth, almost crushing the sky. Then it shook the void. Ah! As a scream rang out, a figure in a sorry state fell heavily from the ground. From afar, it looked like a person covered in blood. Everyone was horrified when they saw the scene. What kind of technique was this? It was just the power of his physical body. Yet he suppressed space, ignored distance, and captured everything. Under everyone's gazes, the bloody man on the ground suddenly hammered his chest and spat a mouthful of blood essence. He seemed to be trying to escape with the blood escape technique. "I told you, you can't escape." Yi Qin moved and appeared before him instantly. He extended his hand and captured him easily. "Mad Southern Yi, let go of me." The bloody man gradually revealed an old man in a grayish-white Taoist robe. However, his face was filled with panic. "Do you know who I am?" "I don't care who you are. Since you dared to scheme against me, you'll die today even if you're the king of heaven." Yi Chen's voice was cold. "No, you can't kill me." The old man's expression changed abruptly. Then he said, "I'm from the Taichu Dojo. If you dare to kill me, the Taichu Dojo will definitely not let you off." As soon as he said that, the silence was immediately broken by waves of voices that sounded like stormy waves. The Taichu Dojo. It was one of the top 5 existences among all the foreign immortal sects that had descended on Earth. It was rumored that there were void, refinement, old monsters guarding the Taichu Dojo. The most terrifying thing was that the mother planet behind the Taichu Dojo, the Great Dipper Star, was in existence on the top 100 leaderboard. There was an almighty that illuminated the heavens, enjoyed billions of incense offerings, and was worshipped by the heavens. End of this chapter. Chapter 1443. Taichu Dojo. Yi Chen's eyes flickered when he heard that. He felt that it was a little familiar. He then sneered and said, "So what if you're from Taichu Dojo? More than one powerhouse from the foreign immortal sects has died in my hands. So what if you're one more?" This time he was already standing against the foreign immortal sections. He had formed a deep grudge with countless immortal sections. One more Taichu Dojo was not a big deal. No. As soon as he finished speaking, countless anxious voices suddenly rang out in the silent world. Then Qin Shaotian and Taoist Beiyan walked over. The latter said anxiously, "Fellow Yi, you really can't kill this person. Otherwise, you'll definitely be in great trouble." "That's right, Brother Yi," Qin Shaotian said with a serious expression. "Taichu Dojo is different from Ethereal Palace and Cold Hell Sect. The former is ranked 5th among all the foreign immortal sections. Not only is their foundation terrifying, but most importantly, many foreign immortal sects have to follow Taichu Dojo's lead." At this point, he could not help but take a deep breath in. Once you kill this person, you'll completely offend Taichu Dojo. Not only was Yi Qin not shocked, but he even smiled nonchalantly as if he was disdainful. Seeing that, Taoist Beiyan's lips moved slightly, and he spat out an explosive piece of news. "Taichu Dojo is suspected to have a void refinement old monster." Yi Chen's eyes flashed imperceptibly as soon as he said that. A gleam flashed through his eyes. Void refinement? Before he could think too much, 2 figures suddenly flew over from the ground. It was Fang Mingwei and Fang Ruwei. "Yi Qin, what are you doing?" Fang Mingwei looked at the old man in the Taoist robe in his hand and shouted at Yi Qin immediately, "Let go of Senior Yan Yuan now. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." His tone was extremely rude, almost commanding. "Grandpa is right." Fang Ruwei sneered and said, "Yi Qin, Senior Yan Yuan, has a high status in Taichu Dojo. If you dare touch a single hair on his head, I guarantee that you'll be doomed eternally. Everyone was opposing Yi Qin. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Countless people fixed their eyes on the scene. Someone could not help but laugh. Looks like Mad Southern Yi is going to compromise. What else can we do other than compromise? Don't forget that it's the Taichu Taoist rite, not some small immortal sect like the Ethereal Palace. Haha. Mad Southern Yi thinks he'll be invincible after this battle. He doesn't know that there are still Taichu Dojo and other powerhouses among the foreign immortal sections. In an instant, countless whispers spread in succession. Some shook their heads, some felt sorry. On the other hand, Taoist Yan Yuan, who was captured by Yi Qin, shouted sharply, "Mad Southern Yi, did you hear that? You can't afford to offend our Taichu Dojo. If you know what's good for you, then let me go immediately. Otherwise, I guarantee that not only will you die, even the people related to you will not be an exception." As soon as he said that, Qin Xiaotian, who knew Yi Qin very well, could not help but close his eyes in despair. It's over! Qin Xiaotian had known Yi Qin for quite some time. Naturally, he knew that Yi Qin was amenable to persuasion, but not coercion. The last thing he was afraid of was threats, especially when he could not accept someone threatening him with his family. He's really courting death. The patriarch of hell smiled sinisterly. Taoist Yan Yuan did not seem to notice it at all. The more he spoke, the prouder he became. Let me go now and kowtow to me to admit your mistake. Perhaps you can save your life. Is that so? Yi Qin smiled lightly. His gaze was calm. Then he raised his hand slowly and poked his dantian gently. Sizzle, sizzle, following the sound of air being deflated. Extremely terrifying true energy poured out of Taoist Yan Yuan's body and swept everything. Taoist Yan Yuan's eyes widened, and his gaze was filled with resentment. He seemed to be roaring hysterically, "Why, you crippled me!" He had cultivated at the age of 12 and was now at the mastery stage god transformation stage. He had gone through a lot of hardships to cultivate to this level. However, Yi Qin had crippled him. Thousands of years of cultivation had been destroyed. It was even more painful than killing him. The world suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Yi Qin crippled Taoist Yan Yuan's cultivation base, even though he knew that he was from Taichu Dojo. Fong Mingwei pointed at him and stammered, "Yi Qin, why you? Yi Qin, you're finished, you're finished." Fong Rui roared, "Shut up." Yi Qin glanced at the two of them coldly and said coldly, "I'll kill you if you keep talking." The moment that was said, Fong Mingwei and Fong Rui immediately stopped talking. Their bodies trembled violently like sieves. "Fellow Yi'er." Taoist Beiyan closed his eyes, seeming to be in despair and bitterness. Yi Qin said calmly, "If anything happens, I'll take responsibility myself." "Why you crippled me?" Taoist Yan Yuan fell into madness and was extremely resentful. "Ah, Yi, I guarantee that you'll definitely die. Your entire family will die." Yi Qin scoffed coldly and pressed his palm on the top of his head. Following the vast divine consciousness, he forcefully performed the soul-searching tactic. Heaven and earth were filled with Taoist Yan Yuan's miserable cries. A moment later, Yi Qin opened his eyes slowly. His calm expression was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by monstrous killing intent. "Taichu Dojo, you're courting death." Through the soul-searching tactic, he found out that Taoist Yan Yuan had schemed against him because he wanted to kill him. The reason was that a great figure in the Taichu Dojo coveted Su Yuhan's body. Boom! Killing intent filled the air and the sky trembled. It was as if thousands of troops were roaring, and the sound wave was like the roar of a true dragon. At the next moment, under everyone's gaze, Yi Qin carried the half-dead Taoist Yan Yuan in one hand and took a step forward. He turned into a golden gleam and charged towards the east like a comet. The killing intent that was almost tangible shook heaven and earth. What's he going to do? The people who remained where they were confused. They seemed to be stunned by Yi Chen's sudden action. No one could react in time. Oh no! Only Taoist Beiyan cried out in alarm. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. "Fellow, Yi is going to kill his way into the Taichu dojo." "What? He's going to kill his way into the Taichu dojo?" "Crazy, I think he's really crazy." Hearing those words, the crowd all cried out involuntarily in shock. Qin Xiaotian could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He said anxiously, "Quick, stop him. We must stop him." "That's right, stop him." Taoist Beiyan reacted instantly. His body flashed as he chased after Yi Chun with all his might. He looked extremely anxious. "Fellow Yi, don't do anything rash. Otherwise, even China won't be able to protect you." End of this chapter. Chapter 1444. Buzz, buzz, buzz in the void, a figure wrapped in dazzling divine light tore through the void forcefully. He did not hide the pressure on his body as he charged towards the east. The coldness in Yi Chen's eyes grew colder as he headed east. He was fearless if the Taichu dojo wanted to kill him. However, if they dared to attack his family or even sue Yuhan, they had completely violated his reverse scale. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would die. His speed was too fast, completely exceeding the sound barrier. In the blink of an eye, he had teleported over 100 kilometers, and the monstrous killing intent and pressure on his body enveloped the ground. At that moment, more than 10 people on the ground along the way opened their eyes and looked into the depths of the void in shock. With their cultivation, they could naturally feel the vast pressure that enveloped the entire world. It was as if a deity had crossed worlds and descended onto Earth. That's... On the ground, in a secret space, an old man suddenly stood up. His eyes were like small suns as he stared fixedly at the sky above his head. He believed that his strength was enough to leap to the top in China and even the world. However, under that pressure, he actually felt a chill down his spine. Judging from his aura, even if this person isn't at the void refinement stage, he's probably not far from it. When did China have such a ferocious person? The old man's eyes flashed, and then he seemed to have thought of something. Could it be him, Mad Southern Yi? Suddenly his expression changed. No, this kid is going to the Taichu dojo. Oh no. As soon as that thought appeared, the old man's expression changed drastically. Then he took a step forward and hid in the void. An angry voice sounded in the void. Bastard, how dare you provoke the Taichu dojo? Are you trying to bring disaster to China? Fellow Shui, fellow Long An, wake up quickly. In an instant, countless terrifying auras woke up from their slumber from all over China. They were all shocked by Yi Chen's actions. At the same time in Nine Dragons Bay, when Yi Chen carried the half-dead Taoist master Yan Yuan and headed east, the world exploded when Taoist Beiyan said that Yi Chen was going to kill his way into the Taichu dojo. Is Mad Southern Yi crazy? Not only did he cripple Taoist Yan Yuan from the Taichu Taoist rite, but now he wants to shake the Taichu Taoist right all by himself. Things have gotten out of hand. How are we going to deal with this? Countless people were shocked by Yi Chen's actions. They started discussing with shocked expressions. Not only them, even Fong Mingwei and his grandson, who had just regained their senses, were stunned. Their eyes were wide open, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. A moment later, Fong Mingwei took a deep breath in and said in disbelief, Yi Chen is going to the Taichu dojo. The Fong family was attached to the Taichu Taoist rite, and it was also because of the Taichu Taoist rite that they became a powerful family in the capital. Naturally, they knew how terrifying the Taichu Taoist rite was. That was why he was so shocked. He's dead meat. Fong Rui's expression was extremely cold and seemed to be filled with resentment. Does he really think he can provoke the Taichu Taoist rite just because he killed 5 cultivators at the great perfection stage of the soul formation realm? He's dead for sure. No one can save him this time. In an instant, The news spread throughout China and even the entire world, causing an unprecedented uproar. At the Su family's residence, the current head of the Su family, Su Baishan, stood up in shock. He looked at the person below in shock. What did you say? Mad Southern Yi wants to deal with the Taichu dojo. Yes, master. Moreover, Mad Southern Yi and Senior Yan Yuan from the Taichu dojo were crippled. The person below recounted everything that had happened without missing a single word. Boom! Su Baishan's entire body shook violently, and then he said coldly, Quickly notify the other great families. We must stop Mad Southern Yi. Otherwise, we'll have to bear the wrath of the Taichu dojo. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the 8 great families of the capital were all shaken. Then, countless figures with powerful auras flew into the sky. Mad Southern, you must be mad. Damn Mad Southern Yi. We won't stop you if you want to court death. But if you touch the Taichu dojo, not to mention you, even we will be in trouble. Bastard, he's simply a bastard. Mount Tai had been known as the head of the 5 mountains since ancient times. It was the #1 mountain in the world, and it had an extremely strong mythological flavor. It was because countless emperors had set up altars there to hold sacrificial ceremonies. It was because it was rumored that Mount Tai was the closest to immortals. In many folklore, Mount Tai was the incarnation of the great emperor of Eastern Mountain, and the great emperor of Eastern Mountain was the sacred messenger who communicated between heaven and earth. He had the important function of controlling life and death. However, as the foreign immortal sects invaded, all the famous mountains in China were occupied. Even Mount Tai, the #1 mountain in the world, was no exception. The one who occupied Mount Tai was the Taichu dojo. At that moment, there were more than 10 figures with terrifying auras standing in the void less than 100 kilometers away from Mount Tai. They were like more than 10 gods with unparalleled might. One of them, a freckled old man with a hunched back, had a deep gaze as he shook the space and said, Fellow Huanglong, are you sure Mad Southern Yi really wants to kill his way into the Taichu dojo? The one called Huanglong was an old Taoist priest in a yellow Taoist robe with a lifelike real dragon embroidered on it. As soon as that was said, the rest of the people subconsciously looked at Taoist priest Huanglong. Their eyes filled with doubt. They were all ancient existences that were sleeping in the various secret families and forces in China. They would not easily appear in the world, but now they were forced to wake up because of the Taichu dojo. Taoist priest Huanglong's gaze turned grim. Then he sucked in a breath of cold air and said, I dare to guarantee with my life that there's no mistake in this matter. That's why I rashly woke everyone up. Looks like it's true. A silver-haired old woman coughed a few times. Her turbid eyes were extremely deep. No matter what, we must stop Mad Southern Yi. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. That's right. Someone nodded slightly. His aura shook the void. How transcendent is the Taichu dojo! Even if we use all our strength, we won't be able to shake it, let alone Mad Southern Yi. How dare this brat act so recklessly? Seeing that everyone was talking one after another, Taoist priest Huanglong frowned slightly and said, What if Mad Southern Yi doesn't listen to our advice? Of course. The silver-haired old woman smirked coldly. Her gaze was terrifying. If he refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame us. As soon as that was said, the others looked at each other and smiled. There were 13 perfected soul formation cultivators here today. How could they not be able to deal with a junior? Just as Taoist priest Huanglong was about to speak, he heard a terrifying, air-piercing sound coming from the sky. At that moment, everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Chapter 1445. Under everyone's gazes, a golden rainbow shot over from the sky. It was as if it was shining with immortal light. Eventually, the golden rainbow turned into a tall figure. His figure was crystalline like jade, and there was light lingering around him. His immortal body was elegant, as if he was a supreme god walking in the world. Is this mad Southern Yi? As expected of a rising star. His aura is extraordinary, and he looks like an immortal. At that moment, Taoist Master Huanglong and the rest looked at each other at the same time. They saw surprise and amazement in each other's eyes. While they were sizing Yi Chen up, Yi Chen looked at them quietly. Eventually, Taoist Master Huanglong coughed and took a step forward. He clasped his fists at Yi Chen from afar. I'm sure you're the Chinese paragon. Mad Southern Yi, right? Yi Chen frowned slightly and glanced at them coldly. An undetectable gleam flashed in his eyes. Who are you guys? There were a total of 13 perfect stage God transformation cultivators. He did not expect China to have so many hidden powerhouses. However, they looked unfamiliar, so he guessed that they were not from the same group as Taoist Master Bayan. I'm the patriarch of the Chu family in Chuzhou, Taoist Master Huanglong. Taoist Master Huanglong said with a smile. The fellow Taoists behind me are also ancient figures from various wealthy families and forces in China. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a hunchbacked old man behind him. Little friendy, let me ask you, is the person in your hand from the Taichu dojo? Yi Chen looked at him quietly. That's right. The hunchbacked old man's eyes turned slightly cold as he said, Are you going to the Taichu dojo this time? Yi Chen's frown deepened. So what if I am? Nothing. The hunchbacked old man smirked coldly and said rudely, You can't enter the Taichu dojo today, and you have to hand fellow Yan Yuan to us. Yi Chen suddenly laughed. Who do you think you are? You. The hunchbacked old man's face turned grim. Clearly, he did not expect Yi Chen to be so hot-tempered. He would turn hostile just because of a disagreement. Don't be rash. Taoist Master Huang Long tried to ease the tension between them. He then looked at Yi Chen calmly. Little friendy, you really can't enter the Taichu dojo this time. To be honest, the terror of the Taichu dojo is beyond your imagination. So what? Yi Chen's expression remained the same as he said coldly, This is my personal matter. What does it have to do with you guys? Of course it's related. The silver-haired old woman beside Taoist Huanglong could not help but say coldly, If you provoke the Taichu dojo, there will be immeasurable consequences. At that time, China will definitely suffer the wrath of the Taichu dojo, and we will be no exception. Mad Southern Yi, you're a smart person. Of course. You know that you can't affect China and us because of your matter. When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment before he continued. If you hand fellow Yan Yuan over to us right now, and we'll speak on your behalf to the Taichu Taoist, right, then perhaps this matter can be turned around. Otherwise what? Yi Chen chuckled softly as if he was mocking. What a bunch of hypocritical and selfish old men. What does your life and death have to do with me? The way you kneel and lick the boots of the enemies from the outer realms is truly disgusting. The moment that was said, the hunchbacked old man's gaze turned completely grim. His expression was terrifyingly grim. Yi Chen glanced at them in disdain and ignored them. He took a step forward and was about to charge towards Mount Tai in the distance. Boom! As a terrifying pressure swept out, the silver-haired old woman blocked his way. Her gaze was sinister as she said, Junior, do you really have to go to the Taichu dojo? Old man. Yi Chen's expression gradually turned cold as he said with a terrifying gaze, On account that we're both Chinese, scram within 3 breaths. Otherwise, I'll kill you first. All right. The silver-haired old woman was furious when she heard that. She said, All right, 3 times in a row. Junior, since you don't know how to appreciate favors, I'll teach you how to behave today. Everyone, let's do it. The coldness in the hunchbacked old man's eyes intensified. Let's work together to capture him and hand him over to the Taichu dojo. Do it. The silver-haired old woman let out a shrill scream. Her silver hair suddenly expanded, and it charged at Yi Chen like the Milky Way. "You guys are courting death." Yi Chen's gaze turned cold. Subsequently, he extended his hand and clenched it at the silver-haired old woman. He broke her spell instantly. Oh no. The silver-haired old woman's expression changed drastically. She retreated without saying a word. However, Yi Chen was faster than her. He captured her with his hand directly. "Let go of serpent grandmother." The hunchbacked old man and the rest unleashed a monstrous pressure when they saw that. They pressed down on Yi Chen at the same time, and their killing intent tore the sky apart. At the same time, deep shock surged within them. One had to know that Serpent Grandmother was a perfect stage, god, transformation stage cultivator after all. However, Yi Chen captured her so easily. "Do you think I'm ting?" Yi Chen glared coldly at the silver-haired old lady whose face was filled with fear. At the next moment, he exerted force with his arm. Bang! An explosion sounded in the air. Then the silver-haired old woman's body exploded, turning into a pungent mist of blood. Even her primordial spirit did not survive. Dead silence. The world suddenly fell into dead silence. Taoist Master Huanglong and the rest froze as they watched the scene in shock. Waves of shock surged in their eyes. A perfect stage, god, transformation stage, cultivator was killed just like that? Since you guys want to stop me, die. Before everyone could react, Yi Chen took a step forward and charged at Taoist Master Huanglong and the rest. "How dare you!" The hunchbacked old man and the rest of the 12 people attacked in anger. In less than 10 minutes, there were many severed limbs and pieces of flesh on the scene. Only a dispirited, primordial spirit broke through the void and fled frantically. Yi Chen acted as if he did not see it. His gaze was fixed on the peak of Mount Tai in the distance. He said with killing intent, "Taichu Dojo, I'd like to see where you guys got the courage to target my woman." Meanwhile, the outside world had been paying attention to Yi Chen, especially because of the argument about Yi Chen going to Taichu Dojo. Do you guys think Mad Southern Yi really went to Taichu Dojo? I think it's a little risky. If he's smart, he must know that Taichu Dojo can't be provoked. With so many people witnessing it, it shouldn't be fake. I'm more worried about whether Mad Southern Yi can successfully break through Taichu Dojo's protective formation. After all, that's the Taichu origin sealing formation. It's said that it was personally set up by a void refinement old monster. Everyone discussed among themselves. None of them thought highly of Yi Chen. At that moment, someone on the internet suddenly revealed a piece of shocking news. I'm afraid you guys don't know yet. There are already more than 10 perfect stage, god, transformation, old monsters, blocking Mad Southern Yi at the peak of Mount Tai. That person added with a cold smile, "Under the joint efforts of these old monsters, not only will Mad Southern Yi not be able to go to Taichu Dojo, he might even be suppressed." End of this chapter. Chapter 1446. As soon as this news came out, it set off a huge wave. What? There are more than 10 perfected soul formation cultivators blocking Mad Southern Yi at the foot of Mount Tai? When someone heard that, he was shocked and said without hesitation, "Impossible. When did so many powerhouses appear in China? There's nothing impossible about it. The most glorious era of our country was thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. During that period of time, there were people who went into hibernation. It's normal for them to live until now. If there are really more than 10 perfected soul formation cultivators intercepting Mad Southern Yi at the foot of Mount Tai, I'm afraid Mad Southern Yi's trip will be a failure." Tianan Forest City, 9 Dragons Bay. Yi Wushuang and the Patriarch of Hell stood above 9 Dragons Bay. Their divine consciousness spread out, so they naturally sensed the discussions of countless people. 12 perfected soul formation cultivators. Patriarch Yellow Spring's eyes flashed as he murmured, "The sudden appearance of so many powerhouses means that Earth's secret has officially been revealed." After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the young man in white beside him and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, Yi is in deep danger. Aren't you going to take a look?" "I don't need it." Yi Wushuang's white clothes fluttered while his eyes were as vast as the stars. "What I have to do is to protect the house for you. As for those old things, they can't stop you." After saying that, he immediately sat down cross-legged to comprehend the sword heart, and an invisible sword essence rose from his body like a flood. Damn it! So many experts appear from time to time. Upon seeing this, the Patriarch of Hell Spring could not help but mutter to himself, "Looks like I can't neglect my cultivation. Otherwise, I'll be left further and further behind by fellow Yi. The more chaotic the earth is, the more it means that a great opportunity will be born. The general trend must be fought. The general trend must be fought." Just as everyone was immersed in endless discussions, another explosive piece of news broke out. What a shock! 13 Great Perfection Soul Transformation Stage cultivators tried to stop Mad Southern Yi at the foot of Mount Tai, but Yi Qin killed 12 of them. Only the primordial spirit of a powerhouse called Taoist Priest Huang long managed to escape. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Killing 12 perfected soul formation cultivators in a row. How is this possible? Why is this kid getting stronger as he fights? Did he hide his strength, or did we underestimate him? It's too terrifying. It's too terrifying. Now, I believe that Mad Southern Yi really has the strength to shake the Taichu dojo. When the news spread out, the entire world was even more shocked, and all the forces fell into deathly silence. Even the immortal sects of the other worlds were no exception. At the summit of Mount Tai, all types of resplendent light surged from the ground. Symbols surged, emitting a boundless aura. This was a heaven-shocking great formation, and with Mount Tai as the foundation, it drew upon the power of heaven and earth to guard this place. Within the formation, karmic luck soared into the sky. It was as if celestial light filled the air, and clouds and mist coiled around it. From afar, one could faintly see a huge group of palaces erected in the void. Solemn, grand, majestic, inside the mountain gate, which was surrounded by a formation. There were 2 disciples guarding the gate, looking around in boredom. The cultivation of the 2 disciples was not high, only at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm. Even so, it was still enough to show the heritage of the Taichu Taoist rite. After all, in the outside world, a person at the great perfection of the nascent soul realm would be able to become the leader of a second-tier clan. One of them yawned and said sleepily, "By the way, why isn't Mad Southern Yi here yet?" "Who knows?" The other person took out a wine jug from his waist, took a sip, and said with a cold smile, "Perhaps he doesn't dare to come after knowing the heritage of the Taichu Taoist rite." "That's true." The person from before chuckled in agreement. "If I were Mad Southern Yi, I wouldn't dare to come either. Although I'll lose face, it's better than losing my life, right? I hope he comes." The latter wiped his mouth and seemed to be disdainful. Mad Southern Yi dares to look down on the Taichu Taoist, right, just because he killed many powerhouses from the foreign immortal sections. He should bear all the consequences. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly realized that there was an earth-shattering sound coming from the sky. It was as if thousands of troops were roaring. In the eyes of the 2 of them, a golden divine shadow swept over from the sky, like a comet crashing into Earth. Subsequently, a thunderous voice that shook the world sounded. "Mad Southern Yi from China is here to challenge the sect. People of the Taichu Taoist rite, come out and accept your death." Rumble! In an instant, the void shook and the world shook. It was as if thousands of bolts of lightning had exploded in the sky at the same time. Blurg! The 2 disciples who were already in a daze spat blood. Then one of them shouted, "Oh no, Mad Southern Yi is really here. Quick, inform the Grand Elder." All right. The other person fell heavily to the ground and ran into the sect while rolling and crawling. His expression was extremely terrified. The disciples who stayed behind looked at the figures standing in the air with pale faces. They were staring at them like the god of death was staring at them, and their hearts trembled. "He's here. Mad Southern Yi is really here." They were mocking Yi Chen for not daring to come earlier, but they did not expect him to arrive in the next second. Even though there was the mountain guarding formation suppressing it, Yi Chen's voice still passed through the formation. It was extremely loud and shook the minds of everyone in the entire Taichu Taoist rite. "Mad Southern Yi from China is here to challenge the sect. People of the Taichu Taoist rite, come out and accept your death." Under such might, some people with low cultivation bases in the Taichu Taoist rite fainted on the spot. Many powerhouses who were cultivating in closed-door cultivation even vomited blood and almost went berserk. What? Mad Southern Yi is really here? Challenge the sect? What arrogance! This brat is truly lawless. We must kill him here so that the outside world will know that the dignity of the Taichu Taoist rite cannot be offended. In an instant, the entire Taichu Taoist rite was in an uproar. In an instant, terrifying killing intent swept out, causing the space to tremble. Boom! 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 At that moment, countless pillars of light suddenly erupted from the Taichu Taoist rite and shot towards the sect gate. In the end, terrifying figures were revealed. These people stood within the formation. Their auras were oppressive, and their murderous auras were awe-inspiring. They were as dignified as a prison. They wore treasured armor that surged with treasure auras, and they held spirit treasures with terrifying auras in their hands. They were like heavenly soldiers and generals. Buzz! At the same time, the space there distorted, and then 3 figures with auras that crushed everything descended. All 3 figures wore golden battle suits, and their entire bodies were enveloped in golden divine radiance. They were like eternal, pulsing sacred flames, making it impossible to see their true faces clearly. The leading figure was covered in multicolored light. He looked down at Yi Chen. His eyes were flickering, and there were galaxies in them. He was extremely terrifying. "Mad Southern Yi, how dare you offend the Taichu Taoist rite?" End of this chapter. Chapter 1447. Mount Tai was majestic, filled with spiritual energy and clouds. It was a paradise that looked like a paradise on earth. However, it had become extremely cold here, and the world was filled with terrifying killing intent. "Mad Southern Yi, how dare you offend Taichu Dojo?" The leader of the formation that came from Taichu Dojo's mountain gate looked like a god. His cold gaze pierced through everything and pointed at Yi Chen. "It's Elder Tai Yi and the rest. Even Elder Tai Yi has been alarmed. Looks like this matter has blown up. One must know that Elder Tai Yi is in charge of Yin Su. No matter what Mad Southern Yi dares to offend Taichu Dojo, he will definitely die today. Even China won't be able to save him. That's right. He's just a native of Earth with some aptitude. Does he really think that Taichu Dojo is easy to provoke?" With the appearance of the 3 of them, the disciples of Taichu Dojo who had rushed over immediately became spirited. They looked at the former with respect and fanaticism in their eyes. Elder Tai Yi was one of the 8 great elders of Taichu Dojo. Moreover, his status was the highest among the 8 great elders, second only to the heavenly venerate of Taichu. Yi Chen stood proudly in the air in the face of countless hateful gazes. He looked at Elder Tai Yi coldly and said coldly, "I had no enmity with your Taichu Dojo. However, not only did your Elder Tai Xian want to kill me, he even coveted my wife." At this point, he took a step forward. His black hair danced like a demon. "I'll give you all a chance today. Hand over Elder Tai Xian of Taichu Dojo, and I'll leave immediately." Through the soul search of Taoist Yen Yuan in his hands, he found out that the reason why Taoist Yen Yuan had encouraged many powerhouses from the foreign immortal sects to deal with him was because he was instructed by an existence called Elder Tai Xian in Taichu Dojo. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to become enemies with the entire Taichu dojo. After all, there were suspected to be old monsters at the void refinement stage among them. Such a person would be the ancestor of a sect even in the cultivation world. As soon as he said that, the disciples of Taichu dojo were shocked. Clearly, they did not expect this to be the reason why Yi Chen provoked Taichu dojo. Nonsense. At that moment, a cold snort was heard. An old man next to Elder Tai stood out. He looked at Yi Chen and said, while smirking, "Mad Southern Yi, Elder Taishian has been in closed-door cultivation for 10 years. He has never come out. How can he kill you?" "Not bad." Another powerhouse stepped forward and snorted coldly. "You're clearly the one who disregarded the dignity of my Taichu dojo. Yet you're still trying to find such words. You guys are really stubborn." Yi Chen was not angry. Instead, he raised Taoist Master Yan Yuan in his hand slightly. "This person is from Taichu dojo, right?" "It's Elder Yan Yuan." "Why is Elder Yan Yuan in his hands?" At that moment, many disciples of the Taichu dojo were shocked when they saw Taoist Yan Yuan. Then they burst into cheers. "Mad Southern Yi, how dare you touch someone from Taichu dojo?" In an instant, the figures standing in the sky were furious, and their faces were ashen. "Tell them who ordered you to scheme against this Yi." Yi Chen held Taoist Master Yan Yuan tightly and looked at him calmly. He said, "This is your last chance to live. Otherwise, you'll know what I'm capable of." Sensing the coldness in his gaze, Taoist Master Yan Yuan's heart could not help but tremble. Then he looked at Elder Tai Yi with trembling lips. "Elder Tai Yi, it was indeed Elder Taishian who ordered me to do this." He knew very well that if he did not tell the truth, he would definitely die. Even though this was Taichu dojo, it would be a piece of cake for Yi Chen to kill him. As soon as he said that, the world was filled with all sorts of uproars and curses. Some people were surprised by the truth of the matter, but more people were angry at Taoist Master Yan Yuan's betrayal. A powerhouse looked at Taoist Master Yan Yuan coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Yan Yuan, are you crazy?" In a cave abode with dense spiritual energy in Taichu dojo, at that moment there was an old man in black sitting cross-legged. The old man in black did not move at all, as if he had been petrified. However, the aura that faintly emanated from his body caused the space he was in to become unstable. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fiery red bird shot through the formation. The old man suddenly opened his eyes, and countless bolts of lightning flashed in his eyes. The red bird instantly turned into a red jade slip and landed in his hand. That trash, Yan Yuan, actually failed. The old man placed the jade slip on his glabella. A moment later, his gaze turned grim. What surprised me was that this brat actually dared to come to Taichu dojo. He's just a native of Earth. The old man's expression changed a few times before it was replaced by a cold smile. "So what if I schemed against you? I don't even need to do anything to kill you this time. When the time comes, I'll deal with your wife." With that, he closed his eyes once again. At the same time, outside the formation light screen at the peak of Mount Tai, "I've always disregarded everything and acted willfully. Today, I'll give Taichu dojo a chance." Yi Chen glanced at everyone and eventually fixed his gaze on Elder Tai. "You guys know the situation now. Get Old Man Tai Xian out immediately. Otherwise, I'll flatten Taichu dojo today. Be *starred. How dare you? This is preposterous." The entire Taichu dojo was instantly shaken. Ever since Taichu dojo descended on Earth, it was the first time someone dared to look down on Taichu dojo like this. One had to know that even the other foreign immortal sects did not dare to do so. Under everyone's gaze, Elder Tai Yi's expression was cold. His eyes flickered as he said, "Mad Southern Yi, even though this is Taichu dojo's fault, you're still fine. On the other hand, Yan Yuan was crippled by you, and his 1,000 years of cultivation were destroyed. I think we should forget about this matter. Forget it? A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips when he heard that. What kind of *T logic is that? Forget it if I'm not dead? What if I'm dead? Forget it. Elder Tai Yi took a deep breath and said slowly, the Taichu Dojo can compensate you. You can choose any of the elixirs, magic treasures, or magic arts. Or we can accept you as a disciple of the Taichu Dojo and let you enjoy the treatment of a true disciple. Elder Tai Yi, whether it was the upper echelons or the disciples of Taichu Dojo, they all looked at him in disbelief. They did not expect him to back down like this. However, Elder Tai Yi acted as if he did not hear him. He looked at Yi Chen calmly. Mad Southerny, what do you think? Since I can't reason with you guys, I'll talk with my fists. A cold smile appeared in Yi Chen's eyes as he was about to attack. End of this chapter. Chapter 1448. What an arrogant brat. A powerhouse could not help but sneer. Since you're here to challenge the sect, I'd like to see how you'll break through our Taichu Dojo's mountain guarding formation today. The rest laughed when they heard that. Their eyes were filled with mockery and schadenfreude when they looked at Yi Chen again. The mountain guarding formation of the Taichu Dojo was created by the heavenly venerable of Taichu. It contained countless formation profundities, and it used the entire Mount Tai as its foundation, not to mention a mere mad southerny. Even 20 perfected soul formation stage cultivators working together would not be able to shake it. I'd like to see how he's going to challenge the sect. That's right. If he can't even break the formation, he'll be a joke. The outside world will think that mad southerny is nothing much. In the blink of an eye, mocking laughter interweaved between heaven and earth. Is that so? Yi Chen took a deep look at the earth-shattering battle that was surging with runes. Red lightning flashed through his eyes. I'd like to see how hard your turtle shell is today. Yi Chen took a step forward after saying that. He waved his hands and shouted softly, 5 elemental heavy peak. Whoa! The void suddenly trembled violently, and a huge mountain suddenly appeared out of thin air. It seemed to have crossed a long river and ancient time and space, bringing with it an endless majestic aura. From afar, Yi Chen looked like he was holding a mountain. Terrifying aura spread out from his body like a raging wave that struck the sky. The space beneath his feet collapsed forcefully. Whoosh! The expressions of those who were mocking him earlier changed drastically. Watch me smash your turtle shell, Yi Chen shouted. The huge mountain above his head descended in an unstoppable manner. It moved in all directions and suppressed the mountain-guarding formation of the Taichu Dojo. That might seemed to tear the sky apart, causing people to feel suffocated from the bottom of their hearts. They even subconsciously trembled. Even though they were separated by the formation, there were still countless young disciples of the Taichu Dojo who were so scared that they collapsed to the ground on the spot. As for the other people with high cultivation bases, their expressions were filled with fear. Boom! In an instant, boundless explosions erupted in the heavens and the earth. The sound was vast and mighty, and it shook the universe as if the heavens and the earth were about to collapse. After that, under the dumbstruck gazes of everyone from the Taichu Dojo, countless fine cracks had actually appeared on the sect-guarding grand formation that they were extremely proud of, and they were densely packed like a spiderweb. Crack! In the end, the grand formation that was enveloped by countless talismans collapsed with a bang. A single mountain had broken through the mountain-protecting formation of the Taichu Taoist rite. How is this possible? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. That was an array formation set up by the absolute beginning Heavenly Lord. Before they could react, they saw that the violent energy didn't slow down at all. It rushed towards them like a raging wave. This is bad. At that moment, Elder Tai Yi's expression suddenly changed. His body swayed, and he subconsciously avoided this power. Aha! Over 100 disciples of the Taichu temple screamed and died as the raging energy fell. Most of their bodies collapsed on the spot, turning into a mist of blood as their souls dissipated. Bastard! Mad Southerny, you really deserve to die 1,000 times. Elder Tai Yi and the other two who had reacted were heartbroken and furious. Their gazes were filled with cold, killing intent when they looked at Yi Chen again. A bunch of old dogs, you're shameless. Yi Chen's clothes fluttered in the wind as he carried a huge mountain on his back. Heaven and earth shook. He pushed with both hands and urged the 5-element heavy prison peak to smash towards the entrance of the Taichu dojo again. The 5-element heavy prison peak's pressure was as heavy as the sky. Boom! In an instant, the entire Taichu dojo was plunged into a sea of fire. The mountains collapsed and the vegetation was burned. When the flames dissipated, a bottomless chasm appeared. It was as if the earth was shaking and the sky was shaking. Other than violent energy fluctuations, there was nothing else. 2 mountains destroyed the entrance and killed nearly half of the disciples of the Taichu dojo. Dead silence. The world suddenly became extremely silent. Elder Tai Yi and the rest were stunned, and their faces twitched violently. If they had not witnessed all of this with their own eyes, they would not have believed it, even if they were beaten to death. Meanwhile, Taoist Master Yan Yuan, who was in Yi Chen's hand, was scared out of his wits. He did not expect Yi Chen to be so powerful that he could break the formation and the entrance with such a method. In the void hundreds of miles away from Mount Tai, there were countless figures with terrifying auras attacking Mount Tai. Faster, faster! Taoist Master Beiyan, who was in the lead, activated his true origin energy with all his might. He looked in the direction of Mount Tai with an extremely nervous gaze. Fellow Yi, I only hope that you're fine. You must be fine. To him, Yi Chen was intercepted by 13 perfected soul formation cultivators at the foot of Mount Tai. Although his achievements were shocking, he must have been injured. He had no chance of winning against the Taichu dojo later. He knew the Taichu dojo very well. This was a super immortal sect that was ranked 5th on Earth. There were 8 perfected soul formation cultivators in the sect. As for these 8 perfected soul formation cultivators, the spells, abilities, and even spirit treasures they cultivated were not something ordinary perfected soul formation cultivators could compare to. We must stop all of this and protect Mad Southerny. Even if China has to pay a part of the price, it's not impossible. That's right. Mad Southerny is now the hope of the Chinese cultivation world. He has a high chance of winning the title of God of Earth. Even if we have to die, we must protect him. The dozen or so figures behind Taoist Master Beiyan were also extremely anxious. It only took a few breaths to travel hundreds of kilometers. When Taoist Master Beiyan led many powerhouses to the peak of Mount Tai, the scene that greeted their eyes caused them to be extremely stunned. Trash, a pile of ruins. The mountain-protecting formation that had once caused headaches for various countries no longer existed. The mountain gate that had once been revered by countless people like an immortal paradise had been forcefully razed to the ground. This, Taoist Master Beiyan rubbed his eyes. He did not know how to describe the emotions in his heart. He even thought that he and the others were hallucinating. After that, the people who had rushed over from all directions revealed expressions as if they had seen a ghost when they saw the situation. Taoist Master Beiyan suppressed the shock in his heart when he noticed Yi Chen, who was next to him. He gulped and said, "Why you did this?" At the same time, countless gazes fixed on Yi Chen. There was shock, disbelief, and fear in their eyes. Mad Southerny, you destroyed the Taichu dojo's mountain gate and slaughtered nearly half of our disciples. I won't be able to vent my anger if I don't kill your entire sect. Suddenly, a hysterical voice that was filled with boundless rage and resentment whistled through the heavens and the earth. Elder Tai and the other two glared at Yi Chen like they had gone mad. Their faces twitched, and their hearts were bleeding. More than half of the disciples were killed by Yi Qin on the spot. When the heavenly lord of Taichu returned, they would not be able to escape the blame, and the Taichu dojo would completely lose face. End of this chapter. Chapter 1449. TSK. As Elder Tai Yi and the others finished speaking, the world fell into a brief silence, which was soon broken by the sound of people inhaling cold air. Elder Tai Yi and the rest's words were equivalent to admitting that Yi Chun was the one who caused everything. Taoist Master Beiyan was dumbfounded. The mountain guarding formation that could resist any technological power was broken by Yi Qin and the empty Taichu dojo mountain gate before him. Too powerful. This guy is really too powerful. In an instant, many people who rushed over muttered to themselves. Their gazes at Yi Chen were filled with fear and respect. You asked for all of this. Yi Chen smirked coldly when he heard what Elder Tai Yi and the rest said. How dare you threaten me when you're about to die? Today, I'll completely wipe out your Taichu dojo and kill until you're in despair. At the next moment, he took a step forward and the void shook. Then he instantly charged at Elder Tai Yi and the other two and clenched his fist. One of them was grabbed by Yi Chen out of thin air. He screamed and his body exploded into a bloody mist. Run, you must run. Elder Tai Yi and the other two trembled violently. Without saying a word, they rushed toward the center of the Taichu dojo. It was the forbidden area where the heavenly lord of Taichu had once cultivated in seclusion. It contained a peerless killing formation, and it was their only life-saving method. Only by relying on it could they survive until the heavenly lord of Taichu returned. Damn it! Elder Tai Yi was the first to bear the brunt. His expression was incomparably crazy. If the remaining powerhouses of the Taichu dojo were in the sect, you wouldn't have a chance to act so arrogantly. Most of the powerhouses from the various immortal sects had entered the Yin ruins to search for opportunities. There were very few who stayed behind. Even so, all the forces maintained a peaceful situation. Only Yi Chen was on a killing spree. Of course, the most important reason was that they did not expect Yi Chen to break through the mountain gate's protective formation on his own. You can't escape. Yi Chen muttered to himself calmly. He scanned with his divine consciousness and immediately locked onto their auras. He chased after them, leaving behind a stunned crowd. Is this the Taichu dojo that we know? Someone could not help but mutter. No one replied to him. There was only silence. On Earth, the Taichu dojo, which was ranked 5th, was destroyed by Yi Chen alone. The powerhouses in the sect even fled when they heard the news. They would not have believed it if this had happened before. However, the truth was right before their eyes. Powerful! Mad Southern Yi is too powerful! Someone gasped and said with trembling lips, I'm afraid he has already reached the void tempering stage. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately revealed a look of shock. The void training stage. Even many of the foreign immortal sects didn't have such a strong cultivator, which cultivator of that level didn't have an existence that could travel through the void. To them, it was a whole new world. Taoist Beiyan suppressed the shock within him and glanced at the square where Yi Chen had disappeared. He took a deep breath in and said, Let's go and take a look. Blood-curdling screams interweaved between heaven and earth. Qi and blood filled the air. Yi Chen traveled 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye and chased all the way. With his speed, it was not difficult for him to catch up to Elder Tai Yi and the other elder. However, someone attacked him repeatedly along the way. He did not show any mercy. Anyone who stood in his way would be killed without mercy. He killed until the entire Taichu dojo was enveloped in endless blood energy, as if it had turned into an Azura hell. Just as he was about to catch up to Elder Tai Yi and the other elder, he was surprised to discover that their auras had disappeared in an extremely strange manner. Did they enter the small world? Yi Chen chuckled softly as if he was disdainful. Then 2 balls of golden flames leaped in his eyes, instantly dyeing his eyes golden. Golden pupil flame, penetrating the 9 heavens and the netherworld. The golden flames burned fiercely, and his eyes shone brightly like the eyes of a god that could break through mountains and rivers. In an instant, a golden pagoda appeared in Yi Chen's vision in the depths of the void. The pagoda was about 3,000 meters tall, and its entire body was dazzling with divine light. It seemed like a treasure. Yi Chen's eyes flashed imperceptibly. It's a mustard pagoda, and its grade isn't low. It's at least a supreme spirit treasure. Is this your last resort? Thinking to this point, he smirked coldly. With a flash of his body, he turned into a ray of golden light and entered the golden pagoda. In the pagoda, there was a gloomy wind. It was as if he was in the netherworld. Silver souls floated around, and a murderous aura was like a rainbow, accompanied by ghostly wails and wolf howls. Boom! When Yi Chen stepped onto the 5th level of the pagoda, the ground under his feet suddenly shook violently. Then, endless runes and formation power were activated instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the dark fog, countless black chains shot over like ghostly hands and bound Yi Chen's body instantly. Ha ha ha! Elder Tai Yi's voice sounded. Mad Southern Yi, there's a way out, but you refuse to take it. This treasure was refined by the master of the Taichu Dojo, the heavenly lord of Taichu. It has once suppressed a void refinement, old monster. Just wait for your death. Is it a treasure refined by a void refinement, old monster? Yi Chen murmured and looked at the countless black chains that bound him. He could only feel a terrifying devouring power coming from them, as if it wanted to devour him. You have some tricks up your sleeve, but unfortunately you can't trap me. He let out a long roar, and his body immediately emitted a dazzling golden glow. Crack! The chains that bound him shattered with a resounding sound. Break! Yi Chen threw a punch. Boom! The body of the supreme spiritual treasure that Elder Tai and the others relied on was smashed into pieces by a single punch. Blurg! Elder Tai and the others outside the pagoda immediately vomited blood. Their expressions were extremely shocked. Impossible! How could you break the Heavenly Lord's treasure? At the next moment, Yi Chen's figure appeared next to the 2 of them. He looked at the 2 of them coldly. Nothing is impossible. Go on your way. Seeing this, Elder Tai could not help but reveal despair. Just as he was about to self-destruct, a shocking thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Boom! In an instant, the sky changed color. The sun and moon shone together, and dark clouds covered the sky. Boom, 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 endless lightning roared at the same time. Under everyone's gaze, the dark clouds slowly dispersed, finally revealing a blurry human face, like a demon king descending to the mortal world. Taoist Beiyan and the others in the distance felt their scalps go numb when they saw this. The human face was bathed in lightning as it looked down at Yi Chen from above. It said slowly, "Fellow, I'm the master of the Taichu Dojo, the heavenly venerate of the Taichu Dojo. Please spare Tai and the rest for my sake." End of this chapter. Chapter 1450. At the peak of Mount Tai, dark clouds rolled back and the void trembled. The giant face floated, as if a god had appeared, suppressing the world. At that moment, all the gazes in the world stopped on the giant face. The giant face was dignified, and it was difficult to see its true appearance. The heavenly venerate of absolute beginning. Taoist, Beiyan, and the rest, who were standing in the distance, were stunned. Their scalps could not help but go numb, and they felt an endless chill surge from their backs. The heavenly venerate of absolute beginning was the most mysterious person in the entire Taichu Dojo. No one had seen him before, and they only knew that he had crossed the void and brought a great sect to Earth. He had suppressed the mother planet for a period of time. Void refinement. This person must be at the void refinement stage. When the mighty figures present sensed the pressure emanating from the giant face. Their hearts trembled, and they could not help but cry out. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of gasps erupted in the world, accompanied by a tempestuous uproar. Void refinement stage? Earth really has a void refinement stage. It shouldn't be wrong. With such a person suppressing Earth, what hope is there for Earth? As the crowd discussed, Elder Tai and the rest, who were originally in despair, could not help but reveal expressions of ecstasy, as if they had seen their savior. Rumble! Thunder rumbled in the sky as if it was roaring. Yi Chen's eyes shot into the sky as he stared coldly at the giant face. He said coldly, "You're the master of the Taichu Dojo, the heavenly venerate of absolute beginning?" His eyes also flashed imperceptibly. The former's pressure was indeed that of a void refinement old monster. A mere void refinement old monster was not worth his worry. What he was worried about was whether there were more void refinement old monsters on Earth, or soul division, fusion, or even tribulation stage. That's right. Facing Yi Chen's question, the giant face in the sky said coldly, "I'm the heavenly venerate of absolute beginning. I'm from the great Dipper planet. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. I hope that you can let this matter go for my sake." Although his tone was calm, there was a hint of irrefutability in it, as if it was an order. Hearing that, Taoist Beiyan immediately sent a voice transmission to Yi Chen through his divine consciousness. "Fellow Yi, the Taichu Dojo has suffered this calamity, since the other party is willing to. For your sake." However, Yi Chen interrupted him before he could finish. "How much is your face worth?" As soon as he said that, countless people revealed expressions of disbelief. Facing the heavenly lord of absolute beginning, a void refinement old monster, Yi Chen actually dared to say such arrogant words. The absolute beginning heavenly lord's eyes narrowed, as if he was displeased. Elder Tai was not shocked. Instead, he was delighted. He looked at Yi Chen coldly and berated. "Mad Southernie, how dare you? This isn't the only time I'm bold. There's more to come." Yi Chen scoffed. He extended his hand and grabbed at the former through the air. Not good. Elder Tai was shocked and furious. He did not expect that Yi Chen would dare to attack him in front of the heavenly venerable lord. As he retreated, he couldn't help but roar, "Celestial Master, save me, save me. Mad Southernie, you've gone too far." Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky, and the lightning was dazzling. Countless dark clouds condensed and formed a giant hand that seemed to be able to pierce through the sky and earth. It descended from the sky and grabbed at Yi Chen. "Let's see who's faster," Yi Chen shouted. He ignored the giant hand and grabbed Elder Tai with lightning speed. Under the latter's terrified gaze, he exerted force in his arm. Bang! In an instant, the void shook and blood mist sprayed into the sky. Boom! At the same time, he raised his head abruptly. His eyes flashed, and he threw a punch at the giant hand. Rumble! The world shook. The power caused by the two's attack was extremely terrifying. It was like a great destruction. Everything within 3 kilometers of Yi Chen was turned into dust. When the storm dissipated, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back in the void where the wind was raging. His thick black hair danced wildly in the wind, and his clothes were neat. There were no signs of injury at all. Whoosh! At that moment, everyone was so shocked that they could not speak. The reason being the scene before them meant that Yi Chen was unharmed after taking a void refinement old monster's attack head-on. Did that not mean that Yi Chen's ability had already stepped into the void refinement stage? Boom! The giant face in the sky had a grim expression. It stared at Yi Chen with a sharp gaze. Subsequently, it slammed its palm down again. The palm was wrapped in flames. It seemed to have knocked over old Lord Taishang's alchemy cauldron. It pressed down on Yi Chun with great terror. It's just a divine consciousness projection. Yi Chun laughed out loud. He took a step forward and soared into the sky instantly. His fists swept across the sky with an ancient aura that shattered everything. Even if your main body comes, what's there for me to be afraid of? His gaze was sharp, and the divine flames danced like two divine lamps shooting out resplendent flames that bloomed in the vast sky. Boom! He waved his fist and destroyed everything. It did not matter if you were a void refinement almighty or a soul-splitting almighty. Anyone who dared to go against him would be crushed. Boom! Under everyone's gazes, the giant hand shattered. The flames that filled the sky rained down, burning everything. The giant face in the sky also let out a muffled groan. You have a big secret. The giant face stared at Yi Chin. There was finally a hint of seriousness in its voice. Although my main body can't come, I'll capture you even if I have to pay the price. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after, the space around the giant face started to tremble violently. It was like a boiling river that could burst at any time. Are they going to get serious? Everyone's hearts trembled. Taoist Beiyan was worried. Buzz, at that moment, a scorching light suddenly shot over from the other end of the void, directly piercing through the giant face, accompanied by a painful groan. Who dares to hurt me? The giant face condensed again, and its voice shook the surroundings. It was extremely cold. The sudden scene stunned everyone. Even Yi Chin was staring at the sky as surprise flashed through his eyes. Boom! Under everyone's gazes, rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and a phenomenon suddenly appeared out of thin air. In the end, a colossus appeared from the phenomenon. The colossus was square in shape, and it was surrounded by monstrous blood energy. Countless chains wrapped around it, as if it was suppressing some peerless, ferocious creature. Someone said, "It's a stone coffin." As the behemoth completely appeared, everyone finally saw its true appearance. It was indeed a stone coffin. It was only about 3 meters long, and it traversed the void. It was unknown what the coffin was made of. It was ancient and vicissitudes, neither gold nor jade. End of this chapter. Chapter 1451. Around the stone coffin, there were countless chains tightly wrapped around it, sealing the coffin lid and the coffin so tightly that nothing could pass through. Even though the sarcophagus had traveled through the void, the chains continued to expand. Yi Chin stared fixedly at the stone coffin floating in the air. Gu's calm expression finally changed. Stone coffin? His divine consciousness was powerful, and he could sense that the stone coffin did not belong to the human world. It seemed to have pierced through the void and arrived. The coffin was covered in all sorts of terrifying runes, as if it was suppressing something. Where did this stone coffin come from? For some reason, I feel a chill run down my spine. I'm sure that this stone coffin is ominous. Everyone pointed at the stone coffin and discussed. Following the appearance of the stone coffin, the giant face of the Absolute beginning heavenly venerate in the void was first shocked. Then it seemed to have thought of something, and its expression suddenly changed. You're in existence from Yin Su? As his voice fell, the world suddenly became deathly silent. Yin Su was a taboo to everyone. It contained great terror and mysterious opportunities. Ever since it was born, it had devoured countless people. What terrified them the most was that the stone coffin came from Yin Su. One had to know that the living beings in Yin Su could not come to the outside world. It was a strange power and rule that no one could break. However, the stone coffin in front of them did not fear the rule and crossed the void. Impossible, this is impossible. The voice of the giant face formed by the heavenly venerate's divine consciousness was extremely sharp. He stared at the stone coffin. The living beings in Yin Su can't come out, but you did. Who exactly are you? His hair stood on end. The stone coffin remained silent in the face of his question. Then the coffin lid that was like a huge door began to tremble violently, as if some peerless, ferocious creature was trying to escape from within. Whoosh! Everyone could not help but retreat when they saw this. Crack, crack, crack! As the coffin lid trembled violently, the chains that locked the stone coffin began to contract even more violently, as if they wanted to suppress the existence inside at all costs and prevent it from appearing. The chains seemed to be burning red as they pierced through the void, but they were unable to cause any substantial damage to the stone coffin. Right at that moment, a withered arm suddenly shot out from the gap between the coffin and the coffin lid, grabbing toward the giant face with monstrous blood chi. I don't care if you're a human or a ghost. If you dare to ruin my plans, I'll tear you to pieces. The huge face roared and condensed a 1,000-foot-long blade light that slashed at the withered arm. The violent blade aura directly split space in two, as if two heavenly rivers had appeared at the same time. Clang! However, such a terrifying slash was unable to cause the slightest bit of damage to the withered arm. All it did was create countless sparks. How is this possible? The huge face turned pale with fright, and then it seemed to have thought of something, and it suddenly gasped. I know! You're the celestial burial planets! Bang! The withered arm didn't slow down, and before the giant face could finish speaking, it tore the giant face apart. With a single grab, the projection of the void refinement realm was destroyed. Deathly silence. The world suddenly became deathly silent. What a powerful physical body! Yi Chen heaved a sigh of relief slowly. There was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at the withered arm. Crack, crack, crack! At the same time, the chains that were wrapped around the coffin lid tightened again. The stone coffin was dragged into the void, as if there was a terrifying force at the other end of the void. Has my celestial burial planet fallen to such a state? No one knew if it was an illusion, but everyone felt as if a faint sigh resounded in the world. The sigh gradually disappeared as the stone coffin left. Only when the stone coffin completely disappeared and the void returned to peace did everyone in the world wake up from their daze. What kind of existence is suppressed in that stone coffin? An Almighty sucked in a breath of cold air and said, under such circumstances, it actually forcefully destroyed the divine consciousness projection of a void refinement old monster. Another person said in shock, the most terrifying thing is that he seems to be from Yin Su, and he broke the rules of Yin Su to come to the outside world. Ominous, this stone coffin is extremely ominous. The rest of the people were also shocked. They felt that what they had seen today was enough for them to digest for a long time. At the same time, it made them even more fearful of Yin Su. Yi Chen's gaze was fixed on the void where the stone coffin had disappeared. His eyes flickered. There's a great ferocious being suppressed in this stone coffin. But why did he help me? He could not help but turn around and take a deep look at Taoist Beiyan on the ground. He said via voice transmission with his divine consciousness, Fellow Taoist Beiyan, do you know the origins of this coffin? I've never seen it before. Taoist Beiyan took a deep breath in and said in a deep voice, however, I'm sure that this coffin definitely came from Yin Su, and it's suspected to be the tomb of an emperor. He could not help but take a good look at Yi Chen and said, An Almighty in Yin Su broke the boundary to help you. That's what puzzles me the most. He knew very well that Yi Chen had never been to Yin Su. The tomb of an emperor? Lightning flashed in Yi Chen's eyes when he heard that, since it's a tomb, it's for the dead to live in. However, the existence in the stone coffin is clearly not an inanimate object. There's also an emperor. According to the legends of China, there have only been 3 emperors since ancient times. Could this person be one of them? Forget it. It's time to go to Yin Su after this. He shook his head slightly and forcefully discarded the distracting thoughts in his mind. Then his divine consciousness enveloped the entire Taichu dojo. His figure moved like lightning as he wandered around the entire Taichu dojo. In the deepest cave in the Taichu dojo, an ancient tree towered into the sky and swayed in the wind. Everything looked extremely ordinary. However, under Yi Chen's golden pupil-fiery eyes, he discovered an old man in black in the ancient tree. He was looking at him uneasily, holding his breath and not daring to move at all. He abandoned his body and moved his primordial spirit to the ancient tree. He's trying to use the ancient tree's demonic energy to conceal himself and avoid my senses. Yi Chen looked at Gumu quietly and said with a faint smile, "Elder Taixian, I have to say that you're very smart. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are useless." As soon as he finished speaking, a panicked face appeared on the ancient tree's body, as if it wanted to escape. It was Elder Taixian, whom Yi Chen had been looking for. "It's too late," Yi Chen shouted softly. Two divine flames suddenly shot out from his eyes, burning the towering ancient tree and Elder Taixian's primordial spirit together. The many divine consciousnesses hidden in the dark fell into dead silence when they sensed this scene. Yi Chen had destroyed the Taichu dojo alone. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause an earth-shattering commotion. The most terrifying thing was that Yi Chen was suspected to have a great, ferocious being in Yin Su behind him. This person was not afraid of the heavenly lord of Taichu, who was a void refinement almighty. Even though the news was not very certain, who would dare to go against Yi Chen from now on? End of this chapter. Chapter 1452. Good news, good news. Mad Southern Yi from China went to Mount Tai personally and destroyed the Taichu dojo by himself. He killed many powerhouses from the outer realm. Good news, great news. Mad Southern Yi wants to fight the heavenly venerable of Taichu's divine will projection at the peak of Mount Tai. He did not fall into a disadvantageous position at all. He seems to have entered the void refinement stage. Almost the moment Yi Chen left Mount Tai, all kinds of news about the battle at the Taichu dojo spread throughout China at a terrifying speed. Eventually, it covered all the countries on Earth. The entire world was shocked, and countless people were shocked. Good kill. As expected of the glory of our country. After this battle, China will have the strength to stand on equal footing with the foreign immortal sections. It's a blessing for China. God bless China. The most excited person was none other than China. Almost everywhere was talking about this. Some were beaming with joy, while others were shocked. Yi Chen's achievements this time were just too terrifying. As the incident fermented, the truth about Mount Tai was completely dug out by countless people. For example, Yi Chen broke the shocking formation of the Taichu dojo with one mountain, suppressed the entire sect with 2 mountains, and killed tens of thousands of people. Ha ha ha! Congratulations to Mad Southern Yi. Congratulations to China. A powerhouse from the older generation of China laughed out loud when he heard that. He could not help but be overjoyed. Mad Southern Yi has even flattened the Taichu dojo. From now on, I want to see which foreign immortal sect dares to look down on China. Compared to China, the countries overseas were extremely terrified. After all, they had played some dishonorable roles when Yi Chen spread the news that he was about to die. However, not only was Yi Chen not dead, his strength had increased tremendously. How could they not be terrified? Therefore, all the countries in the world sent people to China to show their sincerity. They tried to repair their relationship with China and Yi Chen. On the other hand, the foreign immortal sects were silent. There was earth-shattering shock and shock hidden in the silence. A powerhouse from the outer realm who had just come out of closed-door cultivation said in shock, "Is there a mistake in the news? Did Mad Southern Yi really destroy the Taichu dojo by himself?" Although there are some discrepancies, they generally match. Someone who knew him took a deep breath in and said, "After Mad Southern Yi destroyed the Taichu dojo, he forced the heavenly lord of Taichu's projection to stop him. After a few rounds of fighting, a mysterious stone coffin crossed the void and shattered the heavenly lord of Taichu's divine consciousness projection. Screech! A series of gasps broke out in the silent void. In that case, I'm afraid Mad Southerny has really stepped into the void refinement stage. Even if there are some differences, he's not far from it. Unbelievable. The desolate, celestial burial planet actually gave birth to such a genius. Could it be that this young man was transformed from the fruit of the way of those almighty figures on the celestial burial planet? Don't forget that this is not over yet. Only the gate of the Taichu Taoist rite has been broken. Most of the experts are still in Inshu, including the mysterious Taichu, Heavenly Lord. The foreign immortal sects started a heated discussion about Yi Qin. In the end, they came to a unanimous conclusion that they could not provoke Yi Qin in the outside world. In the extreme north of Earth, under a 10,000-meter-long glacier, stood a dark hall. The hall was brightly lit, reflecting a ferocious stone statue. Pass the saintess decree. Quickly order the powerhouses of the sect to enter Inshu and report to the sect master. I'm afraid Mad Southerny has already stepped into the void refinement stage. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we must not provoke him. The ferocious stone statue suddenly spoke. Its voice was dignified and did not tolerate any doubt. In an instant, it appeared within a radius of 100 kilometers. At this moment, at the northern border of China, in the mountains and valleys, the peaks were like blades that pierced into the clouds. Two figures stood quietly on a peak, motionless, as if they were watching the other side of the mountain. Both of them were dressed in young men's attire. The young man in the lead was dressed in military attire and was only in his 20s. However, his sharp face was extremely mature and tough, especially the thumb-sized scar between his brows. It added some charm and murderous aura to him. Behind him stood a tall, young and handsome young man in military attire. Although the young man's facial features were young, his gaze was extremely deep. In the distance, many heads popped out from the forest to size up the two of them. These people were all dressed in military attire, as if they had experienced hundreds of battles. A general held a blade of grass in his mouth as he squinted at the two people in the distance. Who do you think General Song and the others are waiting for? Who knows? It's not like you don't know General Song's personality. If he's unwilling to say something, you won't say it even if you beat him to death. Another person rolled his eyes and said in annoyance, but then again, with General Song's current status in China, there aren't many people who can make him welcome them personally, right? At this moment, a gaze shot over from afar, causing many figures in the forest to hurriedly retract their heads. On the cliff at the peak, the young man in military attire looked around nervously. Then he turned to look at the young man behind him and said nervously, "Brother Hao, do you think Master will really come?" The news came from Uncle Chin, so it shouldn't be fake. Yang Hao nodded slightly, and a smile appeared on his slightly old-fashioned face. "Seventh brother, you're not a little nervous because Uncle Yi is coming, are you?" As he spoke, he winked at the former, his eyes filled with mischief. "I'm not nervous, but I don't have the face to see him." The young man took a deep breath in and said in all seriousness, "When I was young, I was indebted to Master for not abandoning me as his disciple and guiding me into the Tao. I've been separated from Master for more than 10 years. I wonder what Master is like now. Is he still as strict as before?" Due to the experience in Japan back then, he had regarded Yi Qin as his idol since he was young. However, deep down in his heart, he was afraid of Yi Qin because Yi Qin had never shown his emotions. "Don't worry about that." As if he could really see his nervousness, Yang Hao could not help but pat his shoulder and tease. "Uncle Yi will definitely be very happy that you've achieved such an achievement." Achievement? When the young man heard that, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes dimmed as he stared blankly at the sky. If Qi Yi had really achieved something, he wouldn't have been trapped in the northern region and watched a senior sister and the others were humiliated. If Qi Yi had even a 10,000th of Master's talent when the foreign enemies invaded Earth back then, Qi Yi should have followed his predecessors and bled in the starry sky. "I wouldn't have watched Master fight alone and be attacked from all sides." Yang Hao's expression darkened when he heard these words, and he fell into a short period of silence. A moment later, Yang Hao smiled bitterly. That's right. If we had worked hard, how could so many people have died back then, including Senior Qingxian, who taught me cultivation? Chapter 1453. They were all the younger generation of Earth, and they were also the most dazzling generation in the world. However, they were unable to walk out of the calamity that had befallen Earth 17 years ago. At this moment, a faint sigh suddenly sounded. The calamity is not something you can control. Why take it to heart until now? Hearing this sudden voice, Yang Hao and Song Chia were shocked at first. Then they seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked 3,000 meters away. In the void, a green-clothed figure slowly walked over. The other party stood with his hands behind his back, and his clothes fluttered as he walked over at a steady pace. Following the appearance of this figure, the many figures hiding in the forest could not help but poke their heads out to size him up. Their eyes were filled with suspicion. "Uncle Yi!" Yang Hao's face immediately lit up. "Master!" Song Chia's body suddenly stiffened as he looked at the tall and straight figure. His slightly trembling eyes were filled with unconcealable excitement. "Uncle Yi, you're finally here." Yang Hao took a step forward and walked over. He gave Yi Chen a bear hug. He was overjoyed. He still remembered that he had a heart attack when he was 4 years old. His mother died in a car accident. It was his father, Yang Tian, who went to the black market to fake a fight to raise money for a heart transplant. At that time, it was Yi Chen who had appeared and cured him. He woke his father up from a zombie and changed the life of the Yang family. It could be said that to Yang Hao, who was in his early 20s, Yi Chen was not only his father's brother, but also his elder. He was one of the few relatives he had in this world. "Little brat, you seem to have grown taller again." Yi Chen patted his shoulder while smiling. He looked at the little guy who had grown to his ears. "You've grown handsome too. You're even more handsome than your father." At the same time, he sighed inwardly. Although he had seen this little guy at his wedding, he had left in a hurry and did not get along well. Now that he took a closer look, he could not help but be in a daze. The little guy who had followed Meng Meng for medicinal pills had grown up. "No way." Faced with his praise, Yang Hao scratched his head and said in embarrassment, "By the way, didn't Sister Meng Meng come?" "She's taking care of her brother at home." Theoretically, Yang Hao was a year younger than Meng Meng, but the former looked like Meng Meng's brother. How would they address each other when they met in the future? As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but look at the figure in the distance. He took a deep breath and slowly walked over. Looking at the figure of the former, who was slowly walking over, Lin Fan's eyes widened. Song Chia's deep eyes suddenly became moist. Then, under the stunned gazes of many people, Song Chia's eyes became moist. The North Sea Heavenly King, who was famous in China and commanded millions of soldiers, knelt hard to Yi Chen. "Master!" An unusually hoarse and excited voice immediately reverberated in the dumbstruck crowd. "Screech!" General Song actually knelt down to that person and even called him master. At this moment, the guards hidden in the forest responsible for protecting Song Chia were in an uproar and began to clamor. To them, Song Chia was their faith, but now their faith was so respectful to a young man. How could they believe it? Yi Chen lowered his head and looked at the young man kneeling before him quietly. The latter was when he was in Japan, he had killed his way into the Yamaguchi-gumi prison and caused the death of a retired Chinese veteran with the surname Song. Feeling guilty, he accepted the veteran's grandson as his disciple and named him Chia, Song Chia. After that, he did not pay much attention to this disciple after passing down the Tao method. Furthermore, he had gone to the ancient desolate realm to look for Su Yuhan for 17 years. In 17 years, his disciple had changed a lot. He had grown from a child to an adult that he could barely recognize. Yi Chen took a deep breath in under the dead gazes around him. Then he smiled and placed his hand on Song Chia's shoulder. He patted him hard twice. "Good child, get up." However, Song Chia remained unmoved. He lowered his head and choked. Master, I'm useless. All these years I know. Yi Qin lifted his hand and helped him up gently. He then looked at his red eyes and said, You did the right thing. Why would I blame you? In reality, he had always felt guilty towards this disciple. After all, he had not fulfilled his responsibility as a master. Instead, this disciple had relied on his talent and opportunity to cultivate to stage nascent soul. What was even rarer was that the former had acknowledged him as his master. Hearing that, Song Chia nodded heavily. He wiped his eyes and said with a smile, Master, it's windy outside. Let's talk in the tent. Yang Hao, slaughter that pig we raised and make a feast for Master. We won't return until we're drunk. The quiet mountain was brimming with a rare joy. The spacious tent was filled with the intoxicating smell of alcohol. Pots of steaming hot food could not help but stir one's appetite. On both sides of the bonfire, Yi Qin took a sip of wine and glanced at the scar on Song Chia's forehead. He said in a deep voice, Tell me, who set up the 12 shackles in your bodies? His expression was slightly cold. Even though he had received this news from Yang Hao, he only truly felt the terrible condition of Song Chia's body after reuniting with him. 12 bone needles. A total of 12 bone needles had sealed 6 main acupoints in Song Chia's body, and the remaining 6 had sealed his primordial spirit. Every single bone needle was not weaker than an ordinary spirit treasure. The purpose of such a sinister method was to seal Song Chia's advancement to soul formation stage and bind him to the northern region, preventing him from leaving. Once he took a step out of the northern region, his body would instantly collapse and his primordial spirit would dissipate. Song Chia's hand that was holding the bowl paused slightly. Then he closed his eyes and said with a bitter smile, Master, to be honest, I don't know either. Yi Qin could not help but frown when he heard that. Without waiting for him to speak, Song Chia continued, This situation happened one day 12 years ago. A contemporary disciple was serving in the army when he received news that Earth had reached a compromise with the foreign immortal sections. I was not convinced at that time, he could not help but cry. In order to fight against the foreign immortal sects, many powerhouses of Earth and China dared to fight and die without hesitation. This battle lasted for 5 years, and countless people were sacrificed. However, the result was a compromise. Chapter 1455. That afternoon, at the eastern border of China. In the spacious tent, Yi Qin looked at a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble and the smell of alcohol with a complicated expression. The middle-aged man looked tall and handsome, but he gave off an extremely dispirited vibe. His messy hair was completely white. The lusterless white was like the white hair of an old man who had reached the end of his life. It was hard to imagine that this was the #1 genius of the Kunlun ruins, Luo Tinya, whom Yi Qin once knew. It was also hard to imagine that the peerless god of war in the hearts of outsiders looked like this. Are you disappointed? As if sensing his gaze, Luo Tinya took a big gulp of wine and laughed self-deprecatingly. Brother Yi, I'm no longer the Luo Tinya, you know. I can only be said to be a walking corpse that lives for hatred. Yi Qin listened to him quietly. He sighed softly after a while. It's been 17 years, and you still haven't gotten over it. He had learned from Yi Wen and the other girls that Luo Shuiyao had died when the foreign enemies invaded Earth. That was also the reason why Luo Tinya was so dispirited. Get over it. Luo Tinya seemed to have heard something funny and laughed sorrowfully. My sister is dead. I'm the only one left in the Luo family. How do you expect me to get over it? I'm sorry, Yi Qin gulped a few times. He took a sip from a bottle of wine and allowed the spiciness to spread in his stomach. If I hadn't left Earth back then, perhaps so many tragedies wouldn't have happened. It's not your fault. Luo Tinya glanced at him with his turbid eyes before shaking his head and smiling. It's my fault. It's my fault for being useless. I can't even protect Yao Yao. I, Luo Tinya, am a piece of trash. His beard was unshaven and his eyes were lifeless. Yi Qin said, Who killed Ms. Luo? I can avenge Ms. Luo on your behalf." His tone was extremely cold, and he could not help but recall the many scenes of him meeting Luo Shueyao. This girl came from the Kunlun ruins, but she did not look down on him at all. She had even risked her life to save him many times. Now that his old friend was gone, only sorrow remained. No need. Luo Tianya took a deep breath in, and a fierce look suddenly flashed in the depths of his hollow eyes. "Brother Yi, I want to take revenge for Yao Yao myself. I don't need anyone else to interfere. All you need to do is remove the shackles in my body." He could not help but look at Yi Qin as he spoke to this point. "I'm sure you've guessed the shackles between me, Ning Ming Tian, and your disciple, right?" "I have some guesses." Yi Qin took a good look at him and said, while moving his lips, "However, we still don't know who did it." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tianya subconsciously blurted out with a cold smile, "Brother Yi, China is no longer the China of the past. Do you know something?" Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. With his experience, how could he not tell that Luo Tianya was hiding something? "Hee, Luo," Tianya chuckled and said, "I can't say. I clearly know who it is, but I can't say it." Yi Qin frowned and said, "You don't believe in my ability." "Tianya has long heard of your ability." Luo Tianya still shook his head. "However, the more that's the case, the more I can't let you know. Otherwise, it will be a fatal blow to China. In short, don't ask any more. For you and for China, I won't tell you. I also advise you not to continue investigating. Just pretend that nothing happened back then." He did not give Yi Qin a chance to continue asking. He changed the topic and said, "Brother Yi, do you still remember Su Qilin?" "Of course I do." Yi Qin nodded lightly and said, "Why are you asking about this person all of a sudden?" Su Qilin was the eldest son of the Su family, a wealthy family in Beijing 17 years ago. He was Su Yuhan, Su Yuwei, and the rest's cousin. However, he had entered the Kunlun ruins since he was young and was killed by Yi Qin later. Luo Tianya glanced at him coldly. His lips moved slightly, and in the end he spat out a piece of shocking news. "It's very likely that this person is still alive." "What did you say?" Yi Chen's expression changed slightly when he heard that. He then said, "Impossible. I severed his body back then, and even his soul was destroyed by me. How could he not be dead?" "What if I tell you that he's a reincarnator?" Luo Tianya stared at him. "Reincarnator?" Yi Chen's eyes flashed imperceptibly. "If he's really a reincarnator, then it's really possible that he's still alive." The so-called reincarnator was a powerhouse who had reached the end of their lifespan or could not break through. They would be reincarnated, hoping to return to their peak or even take a step further through rebirth. When a cultivator's cultivation base reached a certain level, they could split their soul, and each soul could transform into a reincarnation. If Su Qilin was the latter, then the one who died in his hands that day was only one of them. To be precise, this so-called Su Qilin was just one of the reincarnations of someone's soul. Yi Qin could not help but look at him as he thought to this point, "How did you know?" Luo Tianya said, word by word, "I met him 12 years ago. At that time, I didn't believe it either. Later on, he attacked me. I was no match for him, but he didn't kill me." "He didn't kill you?" Yi Chen's expression turned grim. "That's right." Luo Tianya was also confused. "He's very powerful. He seemed to be at stage god transformation at that time. I haven't seen him since then." Stage god transformation? Even though Yi Chan was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. He reached stage god transformation 12 years ago. Looks like this Su Qilin is really a reincarnator of some almighty. Perhaps when you saw him, this person had already completely awakened. In any case, you have to be careful. Luo Tianya said with a solemn expression, "You killed Su Qilin back then, and we've already formed a grudge. If we meet again in the future, we'll definitely fight to the death. If I can kill him once, I can kill him again." Yi Qin scoffed and shook his head before saying, "All right, Let's start removing the shackles in your body now." He did not care if Su Qilin was still alive or if he was a reincarnator of some almighty. If he became his enemy again, he could only kill everything. Almost at that moment, in a luxurious hotel in central China, a formation was like a flood, isolating everything. As the formation fluctuated, a young man walked in quickly and walked to the side hall. There was a morning hall there, but there was no memorial tablet in the morning hall. Instead, there was a wooden statue. The wooden statue wore a Taoist robe and sat cross-legged with a horsetail whisk in its hand. It was dignified without being angry like a glaring Vajra, and there was a faint, sage-like aura. The young man took a few steps forward and lit up 3 incense sticks. Then he bowed to the wooden statue and said in a hoarse voice, "Ancestor, Mad Southern-Yi has gone to the north and removed the bone needles in Song Chia's body. Now he has rushed to the east." End of this chapter. Chapter 1456. As the young man finished speaking, the 3 incense sticks in his hand suddenly burned quickly and became shorter at a speed visible to the naked eye. The smoke turned into dragon-shaped energy and shot into the eyes of the wooden statue. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared completely. Crack! At that moment, the wooden statue shook violently. Then its eyes, which were originally dead, suddenly opened. They were like 2 small, golden suns, unstoppable and looking down on everything. At the same time, an old voice slowly came from the wooden statue's mouth. Can't hide in the end. The voice was extremely long, as if it had crossed time and space and the long river. It made people feel respect from the bottom of their hearts. Plop! The young man knelt heavily on the ground with an extremely solemn expression. "Patriarch, with Mad Southern-Yi's ability, he'll find out that we were the ones who did it back then. If we don't take action now, I'm afraid. The Xianyuan 8 clans have protected China for countless years." The wooden statue's mouth opened and closed, and its voice was dignified. "Everything we've done is for China. Unfortunately, the people are ignorant. Forget it." At the next moment, a golden light landed on the table in front of the young man. It was a pair of golden bells. They were only the size of a palm, but they were extremely ancient. "This is the heart-frightening bell." Before the young man could react, the old voice immediately sounded in his mind. "With this treasure and the chant, you can control that person. With her help, even if Mad Southern-Yi is at the void refinement stage, he will definitely die. Thank you, Patriarch." The young man was overjoyed. According to what he knew, the female corpse was extremely strange and difficult to deal with. Even the Patriarch had paid a huge price to subdue it. With her help, she could indeed sweep through everything. At the same time, the old voice paused again. "Mad Southern-Yi is a Chinese genius after all. We can't be ruthless. Ask him if he's willing to submit to the Gu family first. If he's unwilling, then let's get rid of him." In the direction of the western region of China, several figures were running in the air. They did not hide their terrifying pressure at all, causing many demons in the forest below to tremble and flee. "Uncle Yi will reach the western region in another 500 kilometers. Yang Hao stood on the wide flying sword as his clothes fluttered in the wind. At the same time, he introduced to Yi Chen, who was leading the way. Yi Chen broke through the clouds and charged forward. He said without even turning his head, "Who exactly is this Ning Mengtian?" On the day of his wedding, the Lord of the Western region had sent someone to congratulate him. He only knew that the Lord of the Western region seemed to be the husband of the Kunlun ruins, Purple Cat Mountain's eldest young miss, Zeder. As for anything else, he didn't know. Luo Tianya, who had broken all the shackles in his body, smiled and said, "This person is quite a figure." He rose up from a humble background and had an ordinary family background. Later on, he stepped into cultivation because of the cultivation method that Brother Yi promoted. From then on, he displayed terrifying talent. With the guidance of Senior Zichin Sung, he stepped into the late stage of the Golden Core realm in just a few years. Luo Tianya, who had broken the shackles, was no longer as dispirited as before. Instead, he was replaced by a handsome, middle-aged man who was in high spirits. Not bad. Song Chia nodded and said, Ning Yutian met Miss Ziluer when he was cultivating in the Kunlun ruins. Later on, the two of them got together. After 17 years, Ning Yutian stepped into the mastery nascent soul stage. He stepped into the nascent soul stage from a mortal in 17 years. A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Chen's face. If that's the case, this person is indeed quite a figure. I'm afraid he's obtained a great, fortuitous encounter. I want to meet him more and more. An hour later, a ray of sword light landed on the land of the western region. In that instant, several figures with tyrannical auras rushed over from all directions. Who dares to trespass into my western territory? In an instant, for early-stage nascent soul cultivators flew out with extremely gloomy expressions. Stop! At that moment, a magnetic voice resounded from afar, and then two figures approached from afar. It was a man and a woman. The man wore a black coat and had ordinary facial features. He was an inconspicuous existence in a crowd. However, there was incomparable determination and maturity between his brows, which added a lot of charm to him. Beside him was a woman in a long dress. She looked to be around 30 years old, and both her figure and temperament were excellent. When they saw the person who had arrived, the four early-stage nascent soul cultivators immediately cupped their fists and bowed to the former. Young mistress, young master! Step down. The man in the coat spoke slowly. Subsequently, he fixed his gaze on Yi Qin. His body froze at first. Subsequently, he walked forward quickly and bowed to Yi Qin. Junior Ning, Mengtian greets Mr. Yi. Yi Qin sized him up quietly. You're the master of the Western Territory, Ning Mengtian. That's right. Ning Mengtian nodded suddenly and looked at him with incomparable respect. When Mr. Yi dominated the earth back then, Mengtian was just an ordinary person who was struggling to eat and wear. It was Mr. Yi who helped me with the cultivation method. Uncle Yi, I told you a long time ago, right? Yang Hao could not help but say to Yi Qin while winking, Actually, old Ning can be considered half your disciple. At that moment, the woman next to Ning Mengtian suddenly smiled at Yi Qin. Mr. Yi, do you still remember me? Ms. Z, how have you been? Yi Qin looked at her and said with a smile, It's been 17 years. Time hasn't left many traces on your face. Compared to 17 years ago, Mr. Yi is even younger and more domineering. Zi Juer covered her mouth and smiled. She glanced at Ning Mengtian and introduced, Mr. Yi, this is Juer's husband, Ning Mengtian. At this point, a cunning look flashed across her beautiful eyes. Just as Yang Hao said, Mengtian can barely be considered half your disciple. Yi Qin did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. Just when he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly turned grim. Then he looked into the depths of the void. His sudden seriousness immediately caused the others to be incomparably astonished. Immediately, they subconsciously looked over. Uncle Yi, what's wrong? Yang Hao's expression turned grim. Yi Qin acted like he did not hear him. He continued looking into the depths of the void as divine fire flickered in his eyes. Since you're here, come out. Why are you hiding? Do you really need me to drag you out? Just as he finished speaking, a surprised voice sounded from the void. Ha, as expected of mad southern Yi. Buzz, as the void trembled, a long-haired young man in black clothes slowly descended. The young man's facial features were ordinary, and the only thing that stood out was the crescent-shaped rune between his brows. However, the young man's cultivation base was not high. He seemed to be at early-stage god transformation. As this person appeared, Ning Mengtian took a step forward. He stared at him and questioned, Who are you? This is an important military area. Outsiders are not allowed to enter without permission. End of this chapter. Chapter 1457. Who are you? After Ning Yutian, Yang Hao sized up the black-clothed young man who had suddenly arrived with a vigilant expression. His gaze was cold. His intuition told him that this person had ill intentions. Facing everyone's questioning gazes and the faint, intimidating pressure, the black-clothed young man placed his hands behind his back, appearing very calm. His gaze swept past Song Chia, Luo Tinya, and the rest, and he suddenly said, "If I'm not wrong, the 12 bone needles in your bodies have been removed, right?" "It's you." Luo Tinya stared at him as if he had thought of something. "You were the one who did something to our bodies back then." The expressions of Song Chia and the rest changed when they heard that. Yang Hao's eyes were bloodshot, and he subconsciously wanted to attack, but Song Chia held him tightly. They had been sealed for a full 12 years. No one could understand how they had survived. Now, their enemy was right before them. Yi Qin squinted at the black-clothed young man. His gaze was focused on the crescent mark between his brows as he thought to himself, "You're quite rational." The black-clothed young man was clearly surprised by the reaction of Song Chia and the rest. Then he openly admitted it. "That's right, it was my Gu family who sealed you back then." "Why?" Song Chia took a deep breath in and said word by word. "It's very simple." The black-clothed young man chuckled and said, "Because you, the elites of the military, represent the military world. Your protest will affect our grand plan, but there are people who don't want you to die, so we have no choice but to come up with this plan." At this point, he could not help but grin. "Actually, according to my original intention, I wanted to kill all of you, but someone objected." "Bastard!" Yang Hao roared angrily, his gaze as if he wanted to devour someone. "Don't be rash." Song Chia glared at him before turning to look at the black-clothed young man. He said coldly, "Why are you so kind as to inform us? Do you really think you can leave this place alive?" Boom! In the next moment, a pressure that also belonged to early-stage soul formation erupted from his body. The pressure caused many people's expressions to change. Shock flashed through Luo Tianya's eyes. "Little Qi, you've broken through?" Even Ning Yutian and Zi Zhuer looked at Song Chia in disbelief. To them, Song Chia was a junior, but he had taken that step before them. "Thanks to Master's grace, I was lucky enough to break through." Facing everyone's gaze, Song Chia's gaze remained on the black-robed young man. "You and I are both early-stage soul formation cultivators. Do you really think you can escape from me today?" As he spoke, a sharp sword light flickered in and out of his body, as if it was a peerless divine sword that could be drawn at any time. "Seventh brother, we can't let him escape. We must capture him and make him explain everything that happened all those years ago," Yang Hao said coldly. "I admit that you are talented." However, the man in black wasn't afraid. Instead, he smiled, "But you are no opponent of mine." As he said that, he suddenly lifted his head and looked at Yi Qin. "Mad Southern Yi, you're my target!" As soon as he said that, Yang Hao sneered. "You silly thing. Do you think you're worthy of fighting Uncle Yi? It's more like getting your elders to show themselves." He was not the only one. Even Song Chia, Luo Tinya, and the rest were slightly stunned. The fact that Yi Qin could fight the heavenly venerable of absolute beginnings, divine consciousness projection, meant that his ability was not inferior to a void refinement cultivator. However, a mere early-stage soul formation cultivator like Gu Xian actually dared to boast so shamelessly? Was he being overly careful, or was he lacking in intelligence? Yi Qin looked at Gu Xian quietly and said calmly, "You're just a mere early-stage soul formation cultivator, yet you dare to do this to me. It can only mean that you have a backup plan. Since that's the case, let's make it clear. I'd like to see where your credibility comes from." Mad Southern Yi is indeed mad Southern Yi. Gu Xian looked at him in admiration. Suddenly, a palm-sized golden bell appeared in his hand. The bell was covered in runes and strange energy. "The heavens cry, the earth cry, the earth cry, the corpses in this world have spirits. rise to the heavens and the earth, and enter the netherworld. His fingers danced as he formed a seal with his hand. Streams of invisible magic power surged out. In an instant, the golden bell in his hand suddenly blossomed with a resplendent golden light. The runes imprinted on it seemed to have come to life as they squirmed non-stop, emitting a faint aura that made one's heart palpitate. Boom! At that moment, the sky darkened and dark clouds rolled back, brewing a terrifying storm. In the center of the storm, a red figure stepped on the sky. What's that? Luo Tianya and the rest were stunned. In just a few breaths of time, everyone finally saw the red figure clearly. It was a woman wearing a phoenix crown and a red cape. Her facial features were extremely beautiful, and her skin was like jade. However, there was a hint of redness mixed with it, just like a lychee. The woman's pupils were dark, like a bottomless universe. She was peerless, like a female demon king who had descended from the heavens, and she charged over with a terrifying killing intent. Who is she? At that moment, apart from Yi Qin, everyone felt an unparalleled pressure and surging murderous aura charging at them. Plop! Luo Tianya and the rest could not resist the pressure. Their bodies lay heavily on the ground, struggling with all their might, causing all the bones in their bodies to crack. After seeing the woman's face, Yi Chen's originally calm expression finally changed slightly. It's her? 17 years ago, before he left Earth, the spiritual energy on Earth had recovered, and the mountains and rivers had changed. A female corpse from the Moon Palace had descended on Earth, and Yi Qin had obtained it. When he left Earth, he did not take the female corpse with him. He merely wanted to give Yi Wen and the rest someone to protect. Unexpectedly, the female corpse had disappeared after he returned. He had been unable to find the time to investigate the female corpse's whereabouts since he returned. He did not expect it to appear here now. What shocked Yi Qin the most was that the female corpse's aura seemed to have skyrocketed. The pressure she gave him was no weaker than the heavenly venerate of Taichu. As the woman appeared, a terrifying murderous aura swept out with her as the center. In an instant, all the plants within a radius of 5 kilometers were corroded into extreme black. This was something that only a corpse demon could do. Is this a human or a demon? Ning Mengtian and the rest were extremely shocked when they saw this. Just the murderous aura that she emitted had destroyed all living beings within a 5-kilometer radius. How could their expressions not change? Gu Xian glanced at the reactions of Ning Mengtian and the rest. He seemed to be enjoying it. Subsequently, he looked at Yi Chen while grinning coldly. Mad Southerny, this is what I've prepared for you. Are you satisfied? P.S. The first chapter, the power has been out for a day. It's either thunder or rain. There's still no electricity until now. This chapter was written with the remaining electricity on my phone. If it's not updated at 10 p.m., it means that the electricity hasn't come yet. Everyone don't wait. Chapter 1458. In the silent world, Luo Tinya and the rest held their breaths as they looked at the woman in red who had suddenly descended. Buzz, 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 murderous aura swept through the sky, causing the void to tremble. The surroundings were filled with a terrifying aura. It was as if they were facing a demon king from the depths of hell, causing everyone to feel fear. Yi Qin squinted at the red-clothed female corpse and said to Gu Xian, I'm extremely surprised that you can control such an existence. He was certain that the red-clothed female corpse before him was the Moon Palace female corpse that had fallen from the moon back then. However, for some reason, she was controlled by Gu Xian, and her strength had increased greatly. Gu Xian seemed to be dissatisfied with his reaction and snorted coldly. You mad Southerny, were able to flatten the Taichu dojo by yourself and fight against the heavenly venerable of Taichu's divine consciousness projection. Your battle prowess is naturally terrifying. Any cultivator on the side of the road will know about your achievements. His gaze was extremely sinister. Since I dared to come to deal with you, I'll say that I'm prepared tomorrow. Unfortunately, you're too stupid and gave me the chance to summon this female corpse. Is that so? Yi Chen's eyes flickered. Gu Xian looked at him mockingly. Mad Southerny, I believe you know the power of this female corpse better than me. I'll give you a chance now. As long as you kneel down immediately and swear loyalty to my Gu family, you might be spared from death today. You want Uncle Yi to kneel to you? You're delusional. Yang Hao could not help but fly into a rage when he heard that. Gu Xian's gaze turned cold as he snorted. If you're unwilling, all of you will die today. Song Chie's expression changed slightly, Master Leave. Don't worry about us. Although he did not know where this female corpse came from, she was the most terrifying existence he had ever seen. He did not want Yi Qin to fight her. Leave. Since I dared to come today, there are only two outcomes. How can I give you guys the chance to escape? Gu Xian smirked coldly and looked at Yi Chen with a forced smile. Moreover, with your personality, I'm afraid you won't abandon your disciples and friends, even if you can leave, right? Yang Hao, Song Chie, and the rest's expressions changed slightly. Sigh, Yi Chen suddenly sighed softly. He shook his head and looked at Gu Xian. I'm curious, what exactly is your Gu family? How dare you provoke me like this? You're not qualified to know. Gu Xian's expression was stern as he said, Don't even think about getting anything out of me. All you need to know is that my Gu family has existed for tens of thousands of years. My Gu family is not weaker than the Taichu Taoist, right? If that's the case, why are you so cautious? Yi Chen could not help but ask in return. He chuckled and said, If I'm not mistaken, there seems to be more than one person in your Gu family, right? And your Gu family is worried that they'll find out that you attacked me. Xian Yuan 8 clans. Meanwhile, Luo Tianya, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly spoke. He looked at Gu Xian and said, You're from the 8 Xian Yuan clans. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Xian's expression finally changed. The latter seemed to fly into a rage out of humiliation as he said, Very good. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, then don't blame me. Ding ling ling, he abruptly waved the intimidating bell in his hand. The sound of the bell shook the sky, and the sound waves turned into shaped waves that surged toward the red-dressed female corpse like mysterious runes. Boom! At that moment, the aura in the red-dressed female corpse's body soared. Her hair fluttered as if she was going to turn this place into the netherworld. Killing intent enveloped the world. At that moment, Luo Tianya and the rest felt their bodies crack. Their internal organs were about to be injured, their souls were about to shatter, and all the bones in their bodies were about to melt. What exactly is this thing? Ning Mingtian was terrified. The red-dressed female, corpse, took a step forward. Her ferocious might covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the sky. There was a faint aura that could destroy the world. Yi Chen waved his sleeve and protected Luo Tianya and the rest behind him. Then he looked at the female corpse. Dazzling divine, light bloomed from his body as well. This female corpse had indeed become stronger. Her pressure was not weaker than the heavenly venerable Lord of Absolute Beginning. However, so what? He, Yi Qin, did not even care about the heavenly venerable Lord of Absolute Beginning, let alone this inhumane dead thing before him. Rumble. One was like a demon, and the other was like a god. The mighty pressure collided violently. It was as if there were millions of armies clashing in the void. They pierced through metal and cracked rocks, shaking heaven and earth. Gu Xian's face was filled with killing intent. His gaze was cold as he pointed at Yi Qin and said to the red-dressed female corpse, Kill Mad Southerny! However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned to see that the red-dressed female corpse did not move at all. It was as if she did not hear Gu Xian. She looked at Yi Chen quietly with her empty eyes. There was no emotion on her face, as if she was trying her best to recall something. This sudden scene stunned Gu Xian. Then he waved the heart-frightening bell in his hand and shouted, What are you waiting for? Roar. The strange bell sound caused the female corpse to be in extreme pain. Her long hair danced wildly as she roared at the sky. Monstrous, murderous aura spat out from her mouth and pierced through the space within a radius of 3,000 meters. Too terrifying. Yang Hao's face turned pale when he saw that. Surprise flashed through Yi Chen's eyes as he was about to attack. He slowly retracted the pressure on his body and fixed his gaze on the red-dressed female corpse. Only then did he recall that after he and the patriarch found the female corpse 17 years ago, his daughter Ming Ming had accidentally opened the ice coffin and swallowed the yin pearl in the female corpse's mouth. That was why the female corpse was extremely close to Ming Ming. Because of that, after he attacked the female corpse, who was about to resist, chose to remain silent because of Ming Ming's restraint. Could it be that the former recognized me? Thinking to this point, the surprise in his eyes intensified. However, he did not let down his guard. Bastard, do it! Do it now! Gu Xian shook the heart-frightening bell in his hand crazily and roared. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling. This female corpse was subdued by the Gu family's patriarch and controlled through the heart-frightening bell. In the past, she had been very obedient, but today, she showed signs of resisting the bell. Roar! Roar! As Gu Xian shook the heart-frightening bell faster, the red-dressed female corpse was in even more pain. Her long hair suddenly grew, causing the entire world to be filled with python-like hair. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out in the world. Gu Xian's body suddenly froze. Then he lowered his head and stared blankly at the cracked, heart-frightening bell in his hand. Kacha! Before he could think too much, the cracks on the heart-frightening bell grew larger and larger. In the end, it shattered with a loud bang and turned into dust. The heart-frightening bell has shattered. Oh no! At that moment, Gu Xian's face suddenly turned extremely pale. He immediately recalled that the patriarch had told him that once the heart-frightening bell shattered, it meant that the female corpse would lose control. Roar! At the next moment, Chapter 1459. Gu Xian suddenly raised his head and saw a pair of dark eyes that were like black holes that could suck one's soul. A bone-piercing chill surged in his heart. Why you? However, before he could finish speaking, a strand of python-like hair suddenly shot over and wrapped around his neck before hanging him in the air. Looks like she really recognized me. Only Yi Chen's eyes flickered. Gu Xian, who was hung in the air, was terrified. Let go of me, let go of me. Evil creature, are you trying to rebel? He knew very well how terrifying this female corpse was, not to mention him. Even if the patriarch was present, it would be extremely difficult to capture her. Roar! The female corpse roared again. Her python-like long hair quickly contracted and directly turned Gu Xian's body into a bloody mist. Even his soul could not escape. The world suddenly fell into silence. This sudden scene caused Yang Hao's group to be completely at a loss. They did not expect that the great killing weapon that Gu Xian had brought would actually betray them at such a critical moment. Even so, no one dared to move. Their eyes were still fixed on the female corpse in red, fearing that her next move would be to attack them. At the same time, in a hotel in the middle of China, the wooden statue enshrined in the morning hall suddenly trembled violently. Soon after, an old voice sounded in the air. The heart-intimidating bell has shattered. Looks like Gu Xian's life is in danger. This piece of trash, I can't control her even with the heart-intimidating bell. Boom! The wooden statue suddenly exploded, and the hotel exploded as well, causing a huge fire. In the west of China, roar! Roar! The female corpse in red roared repeatedly, shaking the surroundings. It was as if the damage caused by the heart-intimidating bell could not be resolved in a short period of time. Fine, this you will lend you a hand. A faint voice suddenly sounded in the world. Subsequently, Yi Chen moved and appeared beside the female corpse in the blink of an eye. Master, you can't. Uncle Yi, come back. Brother Yi. When they saw this scene, everyone including Yang Hao, Song Chia, and Luo Tinya were shocked, and then they couldn't help but exclaim in unison. They had witnessed the female corpse's technique. She might not be weaker than the void refinement stage at all. The consequences would be unimaginable if Yi Qin approached her when she was in a frenzy. However, what shocked them was that the female corpse merely glanced coldly at Yi Qin as he approached her. She did not attack him at all. Yi Qin nodded lightly and tapped the former's glabella lightly. In front of everyone's eyes, countless strange black lights shot out from between the female corpse's eyebrows. Those black lights were like strange runes that flickered and then dissipated between the heavens and earth. That was a rune that someone had forcefully planted in her body with the purpose of controlling her. Gradually, the long hair of the red-clothed female corpse returned to normal, and the ferocious look on her face returned to its normal state. Yi Qin looked at her quietly. His lips moved slightly as he said, "Can you understand me?" However, to his disappointment, the female corpse was still as numb as before. However, her gaze was no longer as cold as before. Seeing that Yi Qin was fine, Luo Tinya and the rest heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They could not help but walk up to him. Song Chia said, "Master, who is she?" Yi Qin said while smiling, "She's the female corpse that descended from the Moon Palace back then. She went missing later on. I didn't expect her to fall into Gu Xian's hands." Hearing that, Luo Tinya's expression changed. He could not help but look at the female corpse in red again. He said in shock, "She's the female corpse from the Moon Palace?" Even Ning Yutian and Zi Zhui'er were no exception. Only Yang Hao and Song Chia were confused. The female corpse from the Moon Palace had descended to Earth 17 years ago. At that time, the two of them were still children, so they did not know about this secret. "That's right." Yi Qin nodded lightly and said, "It's all Gu Xian's fault for being unlucky. If the Gu family had sent other powerhouses to deal with me, the process might have been complicated. However, they sent this female corpse. Fate is playing tricks on me. Brother Yi, this female corpse was at most at the initial stage God transformation realm back then. Why has she become so terrifying now?" Luo Tinya frowned slightly. He was sure that the female corpse's current strength was probably not lower than the void refinement stage. Such an existence was comparable to the Taichu, Heavenly Venerable, and other foreign giants. Yi Qin could not help but shake his head. "I'm not sure either." That was what puzzled him. However, when he thought about the mysterious origin of the female corpse before him, he felt relieved. "Uncle Yi, I don't understand." Yang Hao circled around the female corpse and asked, "Why didn't she attack you and kill Gu Xian instead?" Everyone looked at Yi Qin by instinct as soon as he said that. "I'm not sure either." Yi Qin shook his head calmly. He did not want to reveal the relationship between the female corpse and his daughter too early. Perhaps it would be of great use at the critical moment. "Is she dead or alive?" Yang Hao looked at the female corpse's beautiful face and could not help but reach out to touch her skin. "She's so white and soft, just like a living person." Boom! Before he could finish speaking, the female corpse, who was originally motionless, raised her hand and lifted him into the air. Her empty pupils gradually dilated. Clearly, she had the intention to kill. "Uncle Yi, save me." Yang Hao's face turned green. "Stop!" Yi Qin shouted immediately and saved Yang Hao immediately. He then lectured. "She doesn't recognize you guys, so you better not touch her." "I won't touch her even if you kill me," Yang Hao hid far away. After experiencing what had just happened, he realized how bold his previous actions were. She was an existence comparable to the void refinement stage. Meanwhile, Song Chia and the rest shook their heads. They looked at Yang Hao as if they were looking at an idiot. Was he not courting death by touching a tiger's butt? Unfortunately, this woman attacked too quickly and killed Gu Xian directly. Yi Chun suddenly sneered. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind using the soul-searching tactic on him. Let's see where the so-called Gu family behind him got the confidence to provoke me. Brother Yi, let's end this here. Luo Tinya could not help but look at him and say with a bitter smile, Trust me, don't try to pry into the Gu family's existence. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yi Chen frowned and said, Brother Luo, do you think there's still room for reconciliation between me and the Gu family? Uncle Luo, do you know something? Yang Hao looked at Luo Tinya and said, Why are you still hiding something at a time like this? Brother Luo, forgive me for being blunt. Ning Yutian said slowly, Even if we don't pursue the matter, the Gu family will definitely not let this matter rest. Instead of being beaten, why don't we attack? End of chapter. Chapter 1460. He listened to everyone's words of advice. After pondering for a moment, Luo Tinya could not help but say, Actually, I know very little about the existence of the Gu family. He took a deep breath in and said, It's said that there are 8 extremely ancient and mysterious families in China that have been passed down to this day. They're known as the Shenyuan 8 families, and they carry the luck of China. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression froze. And the Gu clan is one of the 8 Shenyuan clans? Yi Chen asked. Not bad. Luo Tina nodded slightly and said, There are very few people in the world who know about the Shenyuan 8 clans. It's said that they won't appear easily, and they've been waiting for an opportunity to appear for 10,000 years. Uncle Luo, what time? Yang Hao quickly asked. The others all looked at Luo Tinya. I'm not sure about that. Luo Tinya could not help but shake his head and say, It's said that an ancient emperor once appeared on Earth. This person once shocked the ages and could be said to be the number 1 person in all of history. He once crossed the void by himself and slaughtered all his enemies, standing above the 9 heavens, ancient emperor? Hearing those words, the crowd's pupils involuntarily shrunk. They looked to one another with shock in their eyes. Even Yi Chen's eyes flashed unnoticeably. Luo Tinya took in everyone's expressions and said, Do you know why Earth is called the celestial burial planet by the people of the outer realm immortal sex? Could it be that immortals have really been buried on Earth? Ning Yutian felt his mouth go dry. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Tinya nodded heavily and said, It's said that a perfected immortal descended to Earth 10,000 years ago. However, such an existence was defeated on Earth. His body was severed, and his immortal soul was suppressed on Earth forever. As his voice fell, everyone's expression stiffened, and shock surged onto their faces. The information that Luo Tinya had revealed was simply too shocking. After all, true immortals lived in illusory legends. Yi Chen said calmly, Could it be that the true immortal from the lower realm was killed by the great ancient emperor? Brother Yi guessed correctly. Luo Tinya took a deep breath in and said, This great ancient emperor killed an immortal with his mortal body. Then he imprisoned his immortal soul forever. Then he left behind a sentence that asked the immortals in the heavens if they dare to come to the mortal world. Then he stepped into the ancient starry sky path alone. Ha ha ha! Yang Hao's teeth chattered as he listened, and he said with a perturbed expression, Is this true or just a legend? Are there really immortals in this world? The others fell silent. They had already come into contact with cultivation. Their understanding of cultivation was to fight against the heavens and constantly live longer. No one knew how long they could live, but it could only be said that they were infinitely close to immortality. However, whether there really is immortality in the world, not only them, but also all the old monsters in the crossing calamity stage have asked this question more than once. True and false, who can figure it out? Luo Tinya smiled bitterly. I saw this secret from an ancient book that was almost rotten. Unfortunately, that ancient book had long decayed. What the few of them did not know was that under Yi Chen's calm appearance, there was a huge commotion. The great ancient emperor had once appeared on Earth. The great ancient emperor had killed an immortal from the lower realm and suppressed his immortal soul. In reality, an immortal's true body could not descend to the lower realm because the power of laws contained in an immortal's body was too powerful. Once an immortal entered a small world, it would cause the latter to collapse. Although immortals could not descend directly, they could use their bodies in the lower realm to summon a clone to descend to the lower realm. However, descending to the lower realm through this method could not be considered an immortal, let alone the existence of an immortal soul, unless an immortal shattered the immortal bridge in his body and dispersed the laws. At the same time, he suppressed his cultivation to the Mahayana stage. Only then could he descend to the lower realm with his true body. As for the great ancient emperor that Luo Tianya mentioned, not only did he sever the immortal's body, he even imprisoned his immortal soul forever. That could only mean that the immortal had suppressed his cultivation level and descended to earth with his true body. The shock inside of Yi Qin grew stronger as he thought to this point. Even if immortals suppressed their cultivation to the great ascension stage, they would still be at the pinnacle of cultivation and would be considered a powerhouse in the spirit realm. However, there were people on the earth who could kill an existence that was stronger than the Dashang stage. What did that mean? This meant that this so-called primeval emperor's combat strength was probably not lower than the great vehicle stage. The main point was that he came from Earth. After a while, Song Chia looked at Luo Tianya and said slowly, "Uncle Luo, could it be that this ancient emperor is related to the 8 Xianyuan clans?" Meeting his gaze, Luo Tianya could not help but take a deep breath. He nodded heavily and said, "This great ancient emperor is called Great Emperor Xianyuan." As soon as he finished speaking, the world suddenly fell silent. The deathly stillness was terrifying. Emperor Xianyuan, also known as Yellow Emperor or Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, was originally surnamed Gongsun. Later on, he changed his surname to Ji. Therefore, he was called Ji Xianyuan and lived in Xianyuan Hill. The leader of the ancient Huaxia tribal alliance, he was the ruler of the Huaxia people in ancient times. The leader of the 5 emperors, he had once engaged in a divine battle with the Yan Emperor in Zhuolu. He was the ancestor of the billions of descendants of Yan and Huang, the ancestor of all surnames. The Yellow Emperor Ji Xianyuan had infected his descendants, and his descendants took the name of the fief as their surname. However, Yi Chen was the most shocked. It was because he suddenly thought of Ying. Ying was the product of the first emperor's cultivation of the 3 pure ones. Ying's 3 pure ones was obtained from the tomb of Yellow Emperor Xianyuan in pursuit of the art of immortality. In the end, he obtained it from the tomb. Apart from that, he also obtained many inheritances, causing Ying to want to build the immortal Qin Empire. In the end, he was betrayed by the 9 families. Both of them mentioned Great Emperor Xianyuan. Yi Chen suppressed the shock inside of him and mumbled. Great Emperor Xianyuan killed an immortal's body on earth and imprisoned his immortal soul. He must have obtained many immortal cultivation techniques from the immortal soul. That's why the first emperor, who desired immortality, dug up the emperor's tomb and obtained the 3 pure ones technique and many benefits. If Great Emperor Xianyuan is really that powerful, doesn't that mean that the Yan Emperor who was defeated by him in the Battle of Zhuolu is also a ferocious person? There's also the 12 ancestral witches. They're formed from the blood essence of the god of creation, Pangu. There's also the 3 pure ones. They're existences that were split from Panga's primordial spirit. No matter how calm Yi-Chin was, he could not help but feel excited as he thought to this point. The closer he got to Earth, the more he realized how terrifying Earth was. There were too many ferocious people in such a small world. Any one of them was an existence that could shock the past and present. However, what puzzled him was that if these ferocious people were really as powerful as the legend said, why would they disappear from this world? Phew! Yi-Chin secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but look at Luo Tianya. Don't tell me that the so-called 8 Xianyuan clans are the descendants of Great Emperor Xianyuan. End of this chapter. Chapter 1461. As soon as Yi Chen said that, everyone looked at Luo Tianya subconsciously. Luo Tianya's expression was extremely complicated when he met Yi Chen's gaze. Brother Yi, you're right. The 8 Xianyuan clans are indeed the descendants of great Emperor Xianyuan. This is also why I advised you not to try to pry into the Gu family. What a joke! Hearing that, Song Jie could not help but smirk coldly. Great Emperor Xianyuan is the ancestor of China, yet his descendants are so shameless and despicable. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was more open-minded. After all, Great Emperor Xianyuan was Great Emperor Xianyuan, and his descendants were descendants. Although they were related by blood, there was no guarantee that their temperament and character were absolute. Ning Yutian frowned and said, "Doesn't that mean that after we killed Gu Xian, we've already offended the Gu family, or even the entire 8 Xianyuan clans?" Not necessarily. Luo Tianya shook his head and said, "The Gu family is only one of the 8 Xianyuan clans. Not all of them are like the Gu family. There's no lack of reasonable ones among them. I agree with that." Yi Chen nodded lightly and said, "Gu Xian said it earlier. When they wanted to kill you guys back then, they were stopped. I believe it was the other 8 Xianyuan clans who opposed it." Hearing that, everyone could not help but nod. Luo Tianya, on the other hand, frowned. "Even if the other 8 Xianyuan clans are reasonable, it doesn't mean that they will offend the Gu family to help us. What's so great about the 8 Xianyuan clans?" However, Yang Hao smiled disapprovingly. Logically speaking, the billions of people in China are all descendants of great Emperor Xianyuan. Even though he knew that he was speaking out of anger, Song Jie still did not know whether to laugh or cry. How can that be compared? The reason why the 8 Xianyuan clans were called Xianyuan was because their bloodline was the purest. At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly looked at Luo Tianya. "Brother Luo, do you know where the immortal soul of great Emperor Xianyuan is?" "I'm not sure." Luo Tianya could not help but shake his head. Then he glanced at him. "Brother Yi, what I said are all rumors. There's no real evidence to prove it. Don't take it too seriously." The reason he said that was because he was worried that such a secret would affect Yi Chen's Tao heart and affect his future cultivation and growth. Yi Chen smiled without saying anything, but his eyes could not stop flickering. In the present age, the ones who were closest to the secret were the Xianyuan 8 clans, followed by the Ying clan. After all, the first emperor had once excavated the tomb of the Xianyuan great emperor. As for the 8 families of Xianyuan, they had lost all clues after Gu Xian was killed by the red-dressed dead woman. Therefore, the only breakthrough point was Ying. However, Yi Chen could not help but feel a headache when he thought of Ying. Ying, this guy! Ever since he joined hands with Ying to fight against the immortal palace in the Purple Sky realm, this fellow had disappeared. It seemed like this wasn't the first time this happened. Every time, Ying would come and go suddenly. However, Yi Chen was certain that he must have returned to Earth, and it was very likely that he was in Yinshu. Right? If the great Emperor Xianyuan really existed in the past, then it's very likely that his tomb is in the dark ruins. I'm afraid that the mortal soul that was imprisoned by him is in the dark ruins as well, Yi Chen thought to himself. After all, it's impossible not to be discovered after so many years in the outside world. It seems that the trip to Yinshu is a must. He mumbled to himself. His current priority was to go to Yinshu and see if he could find something that could extend Su Yuhan's life. At the same time, he would find Yang Tian. The next step would be to explore the secrets of Yinshu, especially when he was fighting the Heavenly Lord of Absolute beginning that day, the strange stone coffin that had crossed the void from Yinshu to help him. With Gu Xian's death, the matter that involved the secret of the 8 families of Xianyuan came to an end. Subsequently, Yi Chen brought Song Jie and the rest back to Tiananmen City. He then entered the secret room to cultivate in seclusion. In the quiet secret room, Yi Chen sat cross-legged. Yi Chen sat with his legs crossed. The silhouettes of Emperor Brush and Knight Demon Armor appeared in the air before him. The Knight Demon Armor transformed into an old man and said fawningly, "Master, quickly take out that tattered shirt. I and the old Demon Brush can't help but drool. Look at you. Isn't it just a broken grade 9 immortal artifact? Emperor Brush seemed to look at him in disdain. You're the only one who's promising. The knight demon armor was unwilling to be outdone. He chuckled. Old Demon Brush, since you're so promising. All right, give me the immortal energy in that tattered shirt. I'll absorb it myself. Are you worthy of taking it for yourself? Emperor Brush chuckled. Enough. Yi Qin could not help but interrupt them when he saw the two of them fighting. Subsequently, a golden battle robe appeared before him with a thought. The golden battle robe shone brightly. It was the spoils of war that Yi Qin had taken from the patriarch of Li Yun after killing him. A broken grade 9 immortal artifact. The artifact spirit has long decayed, and there's not much immortal energy left. A dignified immortal artifact has fallen to such a state. Yi Qin looked at the golden battle robe quietly. Then he waved his hand and tossed it to the knight demon armor and Emperor Brush. It's yours now. I hope it can heal some of your injuries. 3 days later, a dazzling golden glow and a terrifying pressure suddenly shone in the secret room where Yi Qin was cultivating in seclusion. The old man in black that the knight demon armor had transformed into smiled at Yi Qin while stroking his beard. Thank you for fulfilling my wish, master. Clearly, he had recovered quite a bit after devouring the immortal energy from the broken immortal artifact. Yi Qin looked at him from head to toe and asked doubtfully, Old demon, how much have you recovered? Master, I'm now equivalent to a low-grade innate spirit treasure. The knight demon armor stroked his beard and laughed. In short, you can do whatever you want on Earth from now on. If you're distracted, I'll catch you. Not bad. Yi Qin could not help but nod. In the cultivation world, magic artifacts were divided into magic artifacts, spirit artifacts, magic treasures, spirit treasures, supreme spirit treasures, innate spirit treasures, and immortal artifacts. Thinking to this point, he could not help but look at Emperor Brush. Emperor, what about you? The Emperor Brush looked at the smug knight demon battle armor in disdain and said, Your Majesty, I have also recovered to the level of an inferior grade, connate spiritual treasure. A single word can kill any inferior grade, connate spiritual treasure. After saying that, he glanced at the knight demon armor again. The latter was instantly enraged. You sly old Brush, try killing me if you dare. Very good. A smirk appeared at the corner of Yi Qin's lips. The recovery of the two of you has greatly increased my combat strength. Your Majesty, I have good news for you. Emperor Brush suddenly stopped smiling and said solemnly, I seem to have sensed the aura of the immortal slaying flying saber. End of this chapter. Chapter 1462. Yi Qin's expression changed when he heard that. He looked at it suddenly. What did you say? Your Majesty, the Emperor sensed the whereabouts of the immortal slaying saber. Emperor Brush repeated again and said seriously, As you know, we immortal weapons that have followed you before are extremely familiar with each other's auras. After the Emperor devoured a portion of the immortal energy to recover, his perception has also increased. Yi Qin sat up in shock. Then, can you sense where the immortal slaying saber is? This news was just too exciting. When he was in the immortal world, he had received the Heavenly Emperor Sword, Knight Demon Armor, Emperor Brush, Immortal Slaying Saber, and many other top-notch offensive and defensive immortal weapons. If the Heavenly Emperor Sword was the symbol of the throne, then the Immortal Slaying Saber represented absolute killing. Once the Immortal Slaying Saber was unleashed, immortals and gods would be killed. No one could escape the Immortal Slaying Saber. Emperor Brush slowly closed its eyes and turned into a golden brush. The tip of the brush surged, and then it said calmly, It's in a very subtle space. The space barrier is very thick, and it has the strange effect of devouring divine consciousness. It disappeared. The guy's aura disappeared. It appeared again. No, that guy is moving, and he's moving very fast. After a while, Emperor Brush turned into a human form. It looked at Yi Qin solemnly and said, It disappeared again. Yi Qin frowned and said, Are you sure it's not in the outer realm? He was worried that the immortal slaying saber was in the outer realm. If that was the case, it would be very difficult for him to find it immediately. No, I'm sure that it's on Earth. Emperor Brush shook its head and said with certainty, to be precise, it seems to be in a secret realm on Earth, and its aura is intermittent. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be an Yin Su? It's most likely inside. Emperor Brush said. Yi Chen said in a deep voice, it seems like I have to head to Yin Su quickly. Knight Demon Armor at the side revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Damn it, good people really don't live long, while scourges live for 1,000 years. That dog celestial slaying dog is actually still alive. Among all the immortal weapons in Yi Chen's possession, it was most afraid of the immortal slaying flying saber because the latter was stained with too much blood. There was no lack of immortals and demons among them. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as a demonic weapon. Even the immortal slaying platform, which could kill immortals like flies and strike fear into the hearts of all immortals, paled in comparison to the immortal slaying flying knife. At the Yi residence villa, the Patriarch of Hell and the rest welcomed Yi Chen as soon as he walked out of the secret room. After Yi Chen responded to everyone one by one, he then looked at Yiwen. Yiwen, contact Taoist Beiyan. Tell him that I want to enter the Yin ruins and ask him to open the passage. Yiwen nodded and left immediately. The old ancestor of Yellow Spring was moved. Fellow Taoist Yi, are we finally going to enter the Yin ruins? Let me say this first. I don't want to continue guarding your house. During the few days that Yi Chan was not around, the Patriarch and Yi Wushuang had been guarding the Yi residence villa. It was fine for Yi Wushuang, but it made the Patriarch extremely anxious. It was because he had watched Yi Chan grow stronger day by day while he was stuck at the threshold of beginner stage God, transformation stage. Don't worry, I'll let you come with me this time. Yi Chen nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He said, all of you can follow me into the Yin ruins this time. Xiaoqin, what about us and Yuhan? Yi Hai could not help but ask. Yi Chen could not help but say after hearing that, Dad, you guys stay at home. Take the Qi repair pill that I gave you guys and cultivate according to the cultivation method I gave you. But what if someone takes advantage of your absence? Yi Hai said worriedly, don't worry about that. Yi Chen smiled lightly and scanned with his divine consciousness. Then he waved his sleeve and appeared outside the Yi residence villa with everyone. In the quiet courtyard, two little guys, one big and one small, were playing crazily in the courtyard. They were Yi Chen's daughter, Meng Meng, and his son, Yi Ming. Meng Meng jumped left and right in the courtyard. From time to time, she would turn around to look at the little guy who was staggering behind her. Silly brother, chase me. If you catch me, I'll give you medicinal pills. Yi Chen's second son, Yi Ming, was already 2 months old. Even so, he had inherited most of Yi Chen's talent and learned to walk in 2 months. Behind the two of them was a woman in red. The woman had a cold aura and a blank expression. However, her empty eyes were fixed on Meng Meng. She followed the little girl wherever she went. The woman in red was the female corpse of the Moon Palace that Yi Chen had brought back. Even though it had been 17 years, she was still the same as before. It was as if she treated Meng Meng as her closest person. Yi Chen seemed to have thought of something and looked at the Patriarch of Hell with a forced smile. Patriarch, try attacking her. Are you plotting against me again? The Patriarch of Hell saw that something was wrong with his expression. He rolled his eyes and shook his head repeatedly. He was very shrewd. Yi Chen could only shrug. All right, you can stay at home then. Don't. The Patriarch of Hell immediately panicked. After gritting his teeth, his body flashed, and he turned into lightning that charged at the woman in red. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, a monstrous, murderous aura suddenly surged from the body of the female corpse who looked like an ordinary woman. Then, she suddenly turned around and slapped him. Ah! The Patriarch screamed as he was sent flying like a ragged sack. In the end, He crashed heavily into the depths of the lake. Apart from Luo Tianya and the others who had seen the female corpse's methods, the rest were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. The patriarch was sent flying by a single slap from her? A moment later, the patriarch of hell ran over. He looked at Yi Chun with a pair of extremely resentful eyes. Fellowy, although he said that, the shock in his heart was like a stormy sea. He stared at the red-dressed corpse and said, "She is, if it was an ordinary early-stage god transformation cultivator, they would have died long ago after taking a slap from the female corpse. Only the patriarch was different from ordinary people and had many tricks up his sleeves. Even so, he still felt the vital energy and blood in his body surging as if he had gone berserk." "That's right." Yi Chin nodded lightly and turned around to look at Yi Hai. "Dad, you saw it too. With her around, no one can touch you guys at all." Yi Hai suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at the female corpse. He said, "Does this lady have a name?" "Name?" Yi Chun was stunned at first. After sizing up the female corpse for a few seconds, he eventually said, "Just call her Hong Xiao." After saying that, he walked to his daughter's side and squatted down to touch her face. He said, "My dear daughter, when I'm not around, stay at home with your sister Hong Xiao. If there's a bad guy, ask your sister Hong Xiao to beat him up." Uft. The little girl immediately giggled and waved her little fists. "All right, if there's a bad guy who wants to bully Mommy, Grandpa, and Grandma, I'll ask Sister Hong Xiao to beat him up." End of this chapter. Chapter 1463. After deciding to head to Insu, Yi Chun did not leave immediately. Instead, he chose to stay at home for the night. The main reason was that he was worried about Su Yuhan. He wanted to leave some medicinal pills for her before he left. Secondly, he wanted to see if the Gu family of the Xianyuan 8 clans would choose to cause trouble. It was night time. The galaxy was resplendent, and the night sky was alluring. Creak! As the door to the secret room opened, Yi Chin walked out with a faint fragrance. He scanned the silent Yi family villa with his divine consciousness. He only walked into the room after seeing that his parents and daughter were asleep. The light was hazy, but there was a beautiful figure who could not sleep. She sat alone in front of the bed, dressing herself up meticulously. It was Su Yuhan. At that moment, she was wearing the wedding dress again. Her slender hand was holding a paintbrush as she focused on drawing her eyebrows. Her every movement was extremely meticulous, as if she cherished everything that she had now. Yi Chin walked in calmly and stopped in his tracks. He looked at Su Yuhan quietly, who had her back facing him. The former's white hair made him look extremely complicated. Su Yuhan's body was extremely weak. She spent most of her time lying on the bed, as if every movement would consume a lot of energy. It was because the life force in her body was flowing away. Even with Yi Chen's spiritual power nourishing and conditioning liquid day and night, he could not change it. At most, he could slow down the speed of her life force flowing away. How could the cycle of life and death be changed so easily? Even the patriarch of hell, who was a tribulation stage almighty in his previous life, could only choose to reincarnate when his life was about to end. Yi Chen looked at Su Yuhan's back, his heart filled with reluctance and heartache. After an unknown period of time, Su Yuhan, who was standing in front of the mirror, suddenly saw the reflection in the mirror. Then she turned around and looked at him happily. "Idiot! Why are you standing there? I just want to see you more." Yi Chen took a deep breath in and walked over with a smile after recovering his gloomy mood. "Hubby!" Su Yuhan stood up lightly and twirled the corner of her dress with her fair hands. She then looked at Yi Chen in anticipation. "Do I look good?" Yi Chen could not help but hold her hand gently. "You look good. To me, you're the most beautiful woman in this world. No one can compare to you." Although he said that his heart ached because her hand was too cold. It was so cold that there was no warmth at all. He couldn't help but pull the former into his arms and smell her hair. "Why do you have to wear a wedding dress and dress up so beautifully?" "Because I'm worried that you won't be able to see it again in the future." Su Yuhan snuggled in his embrace with a warm gaze. Yi Chen's heart jolted when he heard that. It was as if a sharp blade had pierced through his heart. "Honey, I've been dreaming about my parents for the past few days." Su Yuhan glanced at her all of a sudden. "I dreamt that my parents were standing far away. They were smiling and waving at me as if they were calling me over." At this point, she deliberately shifted her gaze away and looked out the window. "I heard that when a person is about to die, they will often dream of those who have already passed away." Silence. There was a short period of silence in the room. Su Yuhan's eyes were filled with reluctance. She could not bear to part with Yi Chen. She could not bear to part with her daughter and son. She could not bear to leave this world. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's heart ached even more. He had never seen Su Yuhan's biological parents. However, he could tell from Su Yuhan's words that she had probably accepted the fact that she was about to die. He took a deep breath in and caressed her face with a trembling hand. He said slowly, "I've already said that you won't die. Even if it's not for me, you have to do it for the 2 children, right?" "Yes, yes." Su Yuhan forced a smile and nodded. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes. "Yi Chen, promise me. If I'm really gone, don't be too sad. No." Yi Chen covered her red lips with his hand and said firmly, "You won't die. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to take your life. Even the heavens can't." Ever since I, Yi Chen, stepped onto the path of cultivation, I didn't do it to become an immortal. I only did it to find you in the vast, mortal world. Hearing such emotional words, Su Yuhan could not help but hug him tightly and murmur, "The Buddhist scriptures say that this life is a mirror. How many incense offerings were there in our previous lives? We can only spend one life together as husband and wife. However, I'm satisfied even if it's just one life. What the Buddha said is **T. Yi Chen could not help but sneer. "Your husband doesn't have any faith. If I have to have faith, it can only be the sword in my hand. If there's anything that stops you from being with me forever, I'll destroy it with my sword. If I become a demon and you become a Buddha, I'll put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha to protect you. If I become a Buddha and you become a demon, I'll become a demon to protect you." Yes, Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes were like water, and they were filled with gratitude. She did not expect a casual sentence from her to cause such a huge reaction. "Wait for me." Yi Chen hugged her tightly and said, "I'm going to Yin Su this time mainly to look for something to extend my life. I'll definitely be back in 10 days or a month." "All right." Su Yuhan nodded obediently and said in anticipation, "Hubby, I want you to bring me to fly in the sky." "Sure." Yi Chen laughed and carried her with one hand. He stepped out of the room and soared into the sky. 5,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 10,000 meters. In the end, the entire Lin City was incomparably small in their eyes. Beneath their feet was a boundless sea of clouds, and above their heads was the dazzling galaxy of the universe. It was as if it was within their reach. The 2 of them lay on their backs in the sea of clouds. Su Yuhan snuggled against his chest like a kitten and looked at him gently with her head raised. "Hubby, why do you like me? With your current influence, there are too many women who are better than me. Then I'll have to start from the first time I met you in university." Yi Chen caressed her face softly with a distant gaze. Su Yuhan leaned against him and listened to him talk about their past quietly. She could not help but laugh whenever she heard the key points, as if she was 10 years younger. When the moon was full of stars, Su Yuhan lifted her pretty face and looked at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes. She snorted softly, "Hubby!" Clearly she had fallen in love. Yi Chen had never seen her act like a girl. He felt his entire body go limp. He could not help but lower his head and kiss her lips that were as smooth as lychee. The 2 of them used the sea of clouds as their bed and the endless galaxy as their cover. They were entangled and felt the purest love in each other's bodies. When the moon was full, Yi Chen could not help but look at Su Yuhan, who was sleeping soundly on his hand. His expression was extremely complicated. Silly, who asked you to give me the pure Yin energy in your body? If the Patriarch of Hell were here, he would realize that Yi Chen's aura was getting more and more terrifying. In terms of aura alone, he was even more terrifying than the Heavenly Venerate's divine consciousness projection. End of this chapter. Chapter 1464. Bayou City, China, General Mountain. Above the mountains that stretched for hundreds of kilometers, a private plane was flying at a low altitude. There were a few people sitting in the cabin. It was Yi Chen and the rest. As the plane flew past, Yi Chen looked at the scenery below along the way. As far as he could see, the mountains were surrounded by clouds. The trees were dense, and it was difficult to see the scenery in the mountains clearly. Sometimes he could vaguely see a few huge lakes. The blue waves were boundless, and they were one with the surrounding mountains. Yi Chen suddenly retracted his gaze and looked at Taoist Beiyan next to him. Fellow Beiyan, are you saying that one of the entrances to the Yin ruins is in General Mountain? Taoist Beiyan nodded at first. Then he said in surprise, How did fellow Yi know that this place is called General Mountain? Could it be that you've been here before? This is the second time I've been here. Yi Chen could not help but smile when he met his gaze. The first time he came to General Mountain was after he was invited by the Gu family to participate in the Tiannan martial competition. He came to look for materials to refine storage rings. It was also at General Mountain that he met Tang Ning, who was from the wealthy Tang family in Hong Kong. For that, Yi Chen killed the Tang family's ancestor, who had turned into a zombie in the Tang family's ancestral grave. I see. Taoist Beiyan came to a realization. At this moment, the Patriarch of Hell's voice sounded from the side. Old Beiyan, there's something I don't understand. Fellow Hell, feel free to speak. Taoist Beiyan could not help but look at him, but he could not help but laugh. In this world, only the Patriarch dared to call him Old Beiyan. Of all the places you could have built the passageway, why did you have to build it in this God-forsaken place? The Patriarch of Hell did not give him a good look at all. What formation did you set up to lock this lousy mountain? Otherwise, why would we take the plane? As soon as he said that, the rest immediately agreed with him. Even Yi Chen was no exception. Taoist Beiyan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he said, Fellow Hell, you might not know this, but we didn't set up this passage. It's always existed, not only the passage to General Mountain, but even the other two passages to the Yin ruins in China are also in remote places. Actually, that's good, Yi Chen added. Setting the passage in a remote area can greatly reduce some trouble and prevent outsiders from entering by mistake. Fellow Yi is right. Taoist Dark North nodded solemnly. The existence of the Yin ruins is actually a very secretive matter. It's best that the general public doesn't know about it. After all, even we only have the ability to protect ourselves in the Yin ruins. While they were talking, the plane they were on began to descend. The wind from the huge wings uprooted the grass on the ground. What everyone saw was a huge, restricted military area. From afar, it looked like a giant city. There were guards stationed around the forbidden grounds, but most of them were ordinary people. Even so, there was still a sentry every 3 steps and a guard every 5 steps. From this, one could tell how much importance the higher-ups placed on this place. Apart from that, there were also densely packed barbed wire protection walls and even infrared lights that would sweep back and forth from time to time. As soon as the group approached the entrance of the restricted military area, a dozen or so figures appeared in front of them like ghosts. These dozen or so people were all deity transformation cultivators, under the detection of Yi Chen's divine consciousness. He also discovered that there were a few god-slaying cannons on the city wall aimed at them. Taoist Dark North took out his pass and handed it to one of them. After taking a closer look, the person saluted everyone and gestured for them to pass. Everyone was interrogated at every checkpoint. There were even some places that required Taoist Dark North to enter with his fingerprint identification and other highest authority. Yi Chen could not help but nod to himself when he saw everything. With such a tight defense, even a perfected soul formation cultivator would run into a wall if he barged in rashly. Finally, under Daoist Darknorth's lead, everyone entered a large hall. The hall was very spacious, and the surroundings were made of alloy materials that could withstand the power of nuclear bombs. What surprised Yi-Chin the most was that these materials could even reflect the prying of divine consciousness. This gave him a deeper understanding of the country he was in. At this moment, an old man with white hair walked over quickly and nodded slightly at Daoist Darknorth. "Elder Bei." After Daoist Darknorth nodded, he introduced him to Yi-Chin and the rest. "Fellow Yi, this is Fellow Guan. He's also the person in charge of the General Mountain Passage." After saying that, he could not help but tease the old man with a smile. "Fellow Guan, there's no need for me to introduce the person behind me, right?" "Of course." The old man shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Then he bowed to Yi-Chin solemnly. "I'm Guan Huayan." "Greetings, Mr. Yi. Your terrifying achievements outside have really brought honor to China." "You flatter me, Fellow Guan," Yi-Chen replied with a smile. At this moment, people walked out of the hall one after another. They were the North Sea Temple Master and dozens of others who had arrived earlier. Time is of the essence, so I won't catch up with you one by one. After sizing up everyone, Daoist Darknorth suddenly looked at Guan Huai and then said, "Fellow Guan, have you found the whereabouts of Fellow Qin Shan and the rest?" "No." Guan Huai and smiled bitterly. "The situation in the Yin ruins is a little complicated now. Fellow Chen Shan and the rest haven't sent any news for a long time. If it weren't for waiting for you guys, I would have gone in already." "Fellow Qin Shan." Yi-Chin could not help but look at Daoist Darknorth. As if sensing his confusion, Daoist Darknorth immediately explained, "Fellow Yi, Fellow Qin Shan is the one you saw traveling with me before you left Earth. This person has been guarding the Yin ruins. I think something has happened to him now. Is he in existence, formed by another Dao fruit?" Yi-Chin thought to himself. Daoist Darknorth frowned and immediately looked at Guan Huai, and "There's no time to lose. In that case, let's open the passage." A moment later, a huge stone door that was covered in lush green appeared in front of everyone. The stone door was about 30 meters tall, and it emitted a heavy and ancient aura. The patterns and words on it had long since become blurry, as if they had experienced countless years. Huang Quan examined it for a while, then suddenly shouted, "Auric essence!" "Fellow Taoist Yi, this stone door is actually made of auric essence." Yi-Chin was shocked as well. The so-called auric essence was a treasure of sharp metal. It was used to seep into magic treasures, multiplying the sharpness and power of the magic treasures. Although such an item was not rare in the cultivation world, it would take some effort to find it. Who would have thought that there would be a stone door completely made of auric essence here? An ordinary piece of auric essence the size of a fingernail can be refined into a magic treasure. Someone actually used so much auric essence to refine this door. Which prodigal did this? The patriarch of Hell's eyes were red. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and walked forward, wanting to move the stone door away. Yi-Chin stopped him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "All right, even I can't move this door, let alone you." At the same time, his understanding of Yin ruins deepened once again. A mere passage's door was made of auric essence. From this, it could be seen that Yin ruins was extraordinary. "All right, let's get moving." Daoist Darknorth could not help but laugh. After exchanging glances with Guan Huai, and they each threw out a disc that looked like a magnet. Buzz, the two discs were black and white. As soon as they were thrown out, they imprinted themselves on the stone door and fused together. As divine might surged, the stone door opened heavily. "Let's go," Daoist Darknorth said, and took the lead to step into the stone door. Yi-Chin said while smiling, "Yang Tian, you be *starred, I'm coming for you." After saying that, he took a step forward, and everyone followed closely behind. Only Yang Hao followed at the back, muttering with a bitter expression, "Uncle Yi, not only did you scold my father, you also scolded me." End of this chapter.